Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to VGL. My name is Blueberries, and with me, as usual, Don John. How are you doing today?
Very, very well. Looking forward for those matches. We are in the quarterfinals of the first winter season qualifier. Awesome 4 matchups in both regions are awaiting us, and they will be even closer than yesterday night, hopefully.
That is true. So we have actually in whole Europe in this quarterfinals day today, we have always seed number 1 versus seed number 2. So the seeding process seems to be pretty accurate from the statistics, from the theory draft here. But we will see who is going to win this today, because our first matchup of the night, it is no one else than the current champion of Europe, Mediapixel. Team number 1 versus SK Prometheus. So SK, they have a roster change. Yesterday Jetpacks was playing. He is going to get replaced by the young and rising star Ref29. He's from Germany. Yeah. He's just a super young talent, isn't he?
He's actually from Swiss, I believe. I'm not sure. Austrian or Swiss. I'm not sure.
I
mean, some people. Right. He speaks German though. Yeah, it's very interesting. Tetno and Leon, they are both very young as well. That's like a very young roster. Yep. I believe they are all minors, and they are all like under 16 even. I believe Leon is 14, and Rav should be somewhere like 15, 16, and Tetno, I'm not quite sure, but he's also quite young. So yeah, they are trying to defeat and upset the seed number 1 in total, very likely, of the 64 teams, since it's the winner of the Live Championships of Autumn. Exactly. And it's the Mediapixel, and they're actually here with their full roster, with their squad, which they used to take those championships home. It's Mowgli, Qualifier, and Palmataro. So this forecasts a very, very good match.
Yeah, definitely. We are going to take a look here a little bit more in detail onto this matchup. Together with our analyst, I would like to welcome Rome here live from Canada. Rome, this matchup, Mediapixel Team 1 versus SK Prometheus. What do you think about that? Can a quarterfinals be any better than that? All right. Never mind, I hope he is with us in just a second. So we will ask him once he is getting back to us. But here we see actually the roster, which is Ref29, the captain of this team, actually playing. And as already said, Leon. And Leon, what a phenomenal Sky we have seen yesterday. The Twitch chat was exploding. The Twitter was going, I don't know, it was just immense. This guy had just yesterday his show off. He was showing some real skill and some A-game play, and that was just ridiculous to watch. That Crystal Sky, I mean, you know, the jukes, the movement, everything, positioning, kiting. I was sitting here with my mouth wide open and be like, holy cow, this guy. So, and everything cycles around him. Ref29 and Tetno JJ. Tetno, he was like as good as him, right? He was immense powerful, and I think it's super interesting to see how Ref29 now, as the substitute here for Jetpacks in comparison to yesterday, is going here to fit, and what they are going to ban and draft.
Yeah, I mean, it's super interesting to see. As said already, Mowgli, Palmataro, and Qualifier, as said already, that's the A roster of Team Mediapixel Team 1. They pulled so many interesting comms. They were the first to show actually Finn on the live stages of Katowice, and they played that so perfectly. At the time, no one really had anything against it, because it was just not common, and it was just not picked very frequently in competitive. That's it.
Yeah.
But these days, we saw yesterday a couple of times, Finns are getting picked more and more, and people know how to dodge and how to go along with that slow, fat dinosaur.
Exactly. And of course, I would like to welcome our lovely casters here from the UK. It is no one else than Action Jackson and Vedius. So my question to you, Action Jackson, first of all, welcome here to the VGL qualifiers, the quarterfinals, Mediapixel Team 1, SK Prometheus. From a caster's perspective, how would you describe this match, and what would you actually like to see here?
Oh man, well, firstly, thank you for introducing me so lovely. But I think this game is going to be excellent for a few reasons. The first being that when we last saw Media Pixel on stream, it was round of 32, right? They were using Safe as their jungler. And since then, and for this match, they're actually going to be using a different player, Palmatoro. Now, Safe had moments where he really impressed me in the round of 32, but by and large, I felt like his positioning was sometimes a bit sketchy. So now that they're playing with their actual lineup, I'm really excited to see these guys because I mean they actually won the entirety of the autumn season for Europe. This is an incredibly strong team, and they weren't showing that level of play in the round of 32. It was a close game so early on. But that said, obviously the level of competition is higher now. We've got SK Prometheus here, who are an outstanding team in their own right. We saw them play yesterday, and just really, I mean, some of their performances were outstanding. Leon, got to talk about him on that Sky. I think he was like 16-0-5 in the game, too. It was crazy.
Yeah, and like the big story behind this, you guys probably know about it, but Prometheus, they couldn't attend due to having very young players on their roster. That's sad, but we will try to figure that out for the next time. So they couldn't attend, and that's the only reason why the 9th seeded MediaPixel Team 1 could actually attend the live championships in Katowice.
Yeah.
And now they meet again in the quarterfinals in the first winter season qualifier, and we will see who is truthfully the better team.
What a story here, and of course welcome as well here to the board, Vedius. What would you like to see here before we jump into the draft? MediaPixel Team 1 versus SK, and who will come out on top?
Well, I'd like to see Leon Sky banned. I feel like that has to be one of the go-to strategies because you cannot afford to give that guy Sky. But you already mentioned earlier about Techno JJ and how he also had a very strong performance, and he was largely the carry on that Kestrel pick. So if he's allowed to have that again, I imagine he's going to take it up to the lane once more. And if he can have a similar sort of performance to what he had yesterday, I think he has a very good chance of providing some kind of an upset against MediaPixel. But for the SK organization, this is their last team in the competition now. So a lot of pressure is going to be lighting on this Prometheus team. And I'm curious as to how it'll affect them coming into this round of 8 game.
Yeah, talking about the Sky bans and the picks you're predicting already, I would suggest let's jump over into the actual ban and pick of SK Prometheus versus MediaPixel Team 1. And the first ban coming out from SK is Adagio. And I also believe we do have Rome now with us.
Alright, so the SK ban with Adagio, let's actually go for the other one because it was pretty obvious what is going to come here from Mowgli. It is no one else than Sky. So Sky, as Vedius said here correctly, banned for Leon. No question about that for yesterday's performance as what we have seen here. And SK going here for the first pick, which is no one else than the so open left Kestrel. Techno JJ calling the shot here on that one. So we can lock in Kestrel for SK Prometheus. Mowgli here, he is going for that Ardent Scarf. I think that is an interesting comp here to answer that Kestrel. It's solid, but we have seen super strong Scarf plays, especially also yesterday in the North American VGL matches. That was just awesome.
Yeah, and also they mixed up the Scarf with the Finn always during the live championships as well, because it's so great to use the ultimate of Scarf and having everyone getting pulled into it. And if you have a goop right on the center where Finn is pulling you in, obviously they are not playing Finn, but we saw that they have those mechanics, that they are very strong at Scarf. And as you said, besides that beautiful winter skin for Scarf, he is very strong this meta.
Alright, SK here going for 2 more picks, and that is no one else than Vox and Catherine. So very excited to see who's going to pick what, if Leon is going to play that Kestrel, and Techno JJ very likely to go with that Vox in the lane, ref that Catherine. That could be a potential comp I see here from the distribution of the heroes. MediaPixel with the last chance, and what would you actually take here? Mowgli is calling bring out that Cool. So that looks just pretty sick. I mean, we have seen Cool yesterday as well. It was strong. It is a risky pick, because if you're able to rotate around him and shut him down immediately, which should be the ultimate goal here for SK Prometheus, that could be a pretty tough game for MediaPixel. But I think if they get the early game aggression here together with Arden and Cool, which, you know, has a strong early game opponent with Kestrel and Catherine, I expect the jungle to be here the core aspect of the first 5 minutes, where maybe the game gets decided to the swing to the mid game, and then the late game, of course, this is where it's all about. MediaPixel wants to reach the late game with this composition, whereas I think SK, they should, or they are trying to shut it down here around minute 18 to 22 before we reach the late game. I would say everyone is ready, casters are ready, we are ready, everyone is hyped for the first quarterfinal match, ladies and gentlemen. One quick trailer and then we will jump on the fold with Action Jackson and Vedius.
Shatter the Vain, a podcast about vainglory.
All right, guys, we are on to the Halcyon Fold for the first game of the quarterfinals of this first qualifier for the winter season of VGL. My name's Action Jackson. Joining me is Vedius, and this is going to be an absolutely awesome game. SK Prometheus versus MediaPixel.
Yeah, and the winner of this will be moving on to the quarterfinals. We already mentioned earlier that SK, this is their last team of the organization in the tournament. Unfortunately, they ended up having to play against each other and knocking each other out. But from what we saw yesterday, Leon really was that big carry. He's going to be playing Kestrel in the jungle. He's going to be looking for those early game plays to try and get themselves some advantages to try and run away with the game, because this late scaling composition that's coming out from MediaPixel is something that needs to be dealt with very early on.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Right now, I can see Leon actually trying to make a gank onto Qualifier. Look at the damage of those glimmer shots. Extreme pain going down onto him. You can see Techno JJ has taken so much poke that Qualifier is still higher health, though. That's what happens when you're up against a Scarf.
Yeah, that is the unfortunate state of the matchup, especially when you're on that Vox. Not especially strong during the early stages. Does take quite a while to ramp up. We saw him yesterday. Once he got to that late game point, once he got 2 major items high on because Raph, he's taking quite a lot of poke, but he's going to walk out of that one absolutely fine. But yeah, coming back to this Vox, yesterday, once he got those 2 major items, he really started doing work for his team and was able to carry things out in our final game with G2 yesterday. So I'm expecting that to happen again as well in the SK's Leon. Might be looking for another pick.
He is putting down some good damage, but early on especially, you're really gated by your energy on Kestrel. Glimmer Shot can cost quite a significant chunk, and he actually used active camo to get that little bit closer, which is an extremely expensive skill. Meanwhile, and I think this is worth touching on, Palmatoro has just been farming up in the jungle. I mean, he really hasn't been interrupted. He hasn't felt the need to go and do anything else. And this is exactly what MediaPixel want. You know, they want him to get strong as fast as possible.
They certainly do. We've seen this Krull pick so many times into Kestrel because of how good it is on sticking on top of that Kestrel pick. We've said so many times in previous games how Kestrel very much relies on her positioning. She has to be in the right place at the right time, focusing down the precise target, and a Krull makes that very, very difficult. He's likely going to go for a very early Shiver Steal. He's going to make life so difficult for Leon in this game. But if they can get that early pressure down, if they can shut Palmatoro down in the early game, that is how this Kestrel pick is going to come out on top.
Wow, right there, you saw Raf29 doing a bit of an invasion into the enemy jungle. Right as his recall finished, he was scouted out by a flare. So that was close to being very bad for the side of SK, but he was able to get out of there. So far, I mean, so little has happened in this game, and I feel like that's definitely in the interests of MediaPixel. Like you were talking about, they are looking to scale up, get the Crow to the point where he can be obnoxious, especially onto Leon. But I mean, how do you think that SK can maybe find some advantages here? Leon's trying to be aggressive, but he's actually face-checking the Kroll right now. Here comes Mowgli as well, but look at the damage. Palmator, he turns it around with the smite, and we've got Qualifier. He's roaming down as well. Raf is going to fall. MediaPixel, they come out strong in the early game.
They certainly do. It's exactly as you said. They should not have just walked straight into the bush and face-checked Palmatora right there. If you have a look at the actual assist, Qualifier wasn't even able to be involved in that engagement because even though he was rotated down, there was enough damage from Palmatora and Mowgli to just shut down Leon. And this is the risk that you take. It's all about that positioning. Leon has to be very careful when you're playing this Castro. You have to rely on your front line to soak up the damage while you get that poke down from the back line. And if you can't do that, then you're going to have a replication of what we just saw there.
Absolutely. So let's just do a little bit of bookkeeping here, because it's worth mentioning that in lane, Techno JJ is not actually falling very far behind in farm, even though we saw how heavily he was being bullied earlier on. The fact that he was able to stay in lane while that engage was happening did help that a little bit. Wrath is trying to go for an engagement, but here comes Palmatoro. Good active camo by Leon to keep him safe for now. There's not too much long-range engage potential on MediaPixel, barring from Hell's Heart, which isn't available yet. Wrath is super low here, though. Palmatoro wants to go in for this one. A smite would do it, and he finds himself the third kill for MediaPixel this game. Mowgli, he's just harassing the members of SK behind their Tier 1 turret. See, with some good poke out of Qualifier, Palmatoro thinks he might want to chance his luck a little bit there. One shot, one kill, gonna go wide. So, again, you know, the pressure is being applied by the later game comp here.
It certainly is. I don't know why the side of SK Prometheus are a little bit too afraid, but you have to give credit to the way Palmator is actually playing this. He doesn't even slightly hesitate to jump on top of Leon. You saw the moment that fight kicked off, Palmatoro, his eyes were dead set onto Leon. He didn't have any other targets in mind. It was all about, I'm going to focus that Kestrel, I'm going to shut her down and take her out of the fight. And because of that, there was absolutely nothing he could do in the engagement. Because Raph took so much damage, he was the one to fall. But regardless of that, the way MediaPixel are playing these fights is very, very spot on. Their target focus is precise, it's excellent, and you can see, going for that very early Shiver Steal, that is exactly what they want to do, and it will help facilitate sticking onto Leon.
I have to admit, picking up that Shiver Steal at 6 minutes, I mean, obviously that's very good. Palmator is having a great game, 2 for 0 for 1 right now, but it's going to be so difficult for members of SK who need to worry about their positioning to deal with. I mean, Leon, you've got to have great positioning on that Kestrel, obviously. Same thing on Techno JJ. When you're constantly being slowed up, that's going to be a challenge. Right now, MediaPixel, they're the ones applying the pressure. They're the ones who scale better, arguably, as well, with that Kroll. I feel like SK need to make something happen sooner rather than later.
Well, with the gold miner just about to be fully stacked, this could be the objective that both teams are going to be fighting over relatively soon. With the early tension bow that Leon has been able to pick up, this is a great power spike for them to take advantage of. It's just a matter of whether or not they can get in position to do so. You can see they have pretty good vision around the gold miner, but MediaPixel are really the ones in control of the bottom half of the jungle.
Yeah, they absolutely are right now, and it just boils down to the strength they've accrued on people like Palmatoro. Qualifier is no slouch himself, picking up an Eve of Harvest here. I think that's a bit of an interesting item, actually, given that traditionally we've been seeing Scarfs rushing the Frostburn, even rushing a Shatterglass. Why do you think he's decided to go for this Eve of Harvest?
It looks like he's going for more of a scaling composition. I do honestly find it myself quite interesting. I'm probably going to have a little bit of a chat with him after that, because this is something quite unique, something that I haven't seen in a while. But going for that sustain, I guess he's a little bit afraid of the amount of focus that's going to come down onto him, and he wants to survive long in these fights. And speaking of fights,
Yeah, Palmatora running right in. He does get stunned up immediately, though, and he goes down. Leon finds the kill. That is exactly the pickup Prometheus are looking for. Raph now got to be careful. Scout Trap doing a decent chunk of his health, and Qualifier remains untouched in this exchange. He is so healthy that Prometheus are going to have to be careful here.
So that time, SK finally get the positioning that they needed. Leon was able to sit on the back line while Raph provided that peel and acted as a front line that was easily able to shut down Palmatoro before he was able to get off any serious damage. Those are the sort of fights that SK want to be getting as often as possible. Now that they've been able to come out ahead in a single exchange, they're going to be feeling a lot more confident. The momentum is going to start swinging in their favor, and I imagine that this gold mine is going to be high on both teams' priority list.
Yeah, I mean, interesting to note is that actually we see a very slight, I mean, I'm talking 100 gold advantage in favor of Prometheus. Even though they are 2 kills down, they have been doing a good job in other areas. For example, Techno JJ actually leading in farm right now. Even though Qualifier was having such a good lane early on against him, they do have to be careful about face-checking these bushes, though. Techno JJ gets engaged on. From Hell's Heart comes right out, but Palmatoro is alone right now. Mowgli was just zoning out Leon. With that cooldown burned, with From Hell's Heart gone, maybe SK will look for another fight here. They've just got to be careful about the damage coming out of Qualifier. Glimmer shots going across, doing some decent damage. Palmatoro's got to be careful here. That's going to be the second that coming out of Techno JJ. You can see Media Pixel, they know that they need to back out right now. But with Qualifier still up, still healthy, and still full on energy, he is poking out the members of SK and stopping them from re-engaging. This is exactly what you want to have happening with a Scarf, and I actually think the Eve of Harvest is working wonders for this purpose.
Yeah, it's doing a great job of keeping him alive, because every time he takes that small amount of poke, he's able to just get his own poke down, sustain back up, and then he's ready to fight once more. I do think that it's working out quite nicely, and thinking more about it into this Kestrel pick, it makes a lot of sense as they focus down onto Techno.
Oh, Techno, he is in a bad spot right now. Look at the smite damage. They timed it perfectly. Oh, the Spitfire not quite going to reach. Leon's coming in here. He wants to find some damage, but he's got to be careful of Palmatoro. The stealth doesn't last that long. That's the Shiver Steel popped, but the smite not gonna be enough. Mowgli, he might go down here. One shot, one kill, it doesn't connect. Leon, he doesn't have the glimmer shots either. He's taking the stacks. From Hell's Heart comes out. Palmatoro, he turns it around. He takes a turret shot, but with Qualifier here, they want more. Dragon's Breath, it goes out. The smite goes down. Qualifier even diving the turret right now, but he can't find that last Spitfire. Oh, the turret shot nearly finding Qualifier. This is a high-octane game.
And this is the difference between the Media Pixel that we saw last week and the Media Pixel that we saw today. Safe in coming in for last week, you talked about it earlier, how he just wasn't quite the same. His positioning was not the best. So much pressure was being put on him on this extremely high caliber team. But now that they're running their full lineup, the confidence in each other and the trust that they have is really being demonstrated. Palmatoro goes to that dive. He looks like he's by himself, but he knows that the rest of his team are going to be there to support him. And just when things look bad, there comes the Vanguard, there comes the damage from Qualifier, and all of Media Pixel are there to support Palmatoro and get themselves a 2-for-0 as well as the gold miner. Fantastic play from Media Pixel, and you can really see why they were the Seed 1 team coming into this tournament.
Interesting gauntlet popped by Mowgli up in the lane there. He was trying to find a kill on Techno, but Qualifier, you got to remember, and we've talked about it, he is lacking in damage compared to what you would normally expect when it comes to the burst department. I mean, his sustained damage is incredible, do not get me wrong, but with that Frostburn and Eve of Harvest, he's not really going to be able to pop someone, even Techno JJ. So that gauntlet may be a little bit wasted. Palmatoro is going to be found in that tri-bush. And it looks like SK maybe want to go for this gold mine. It is starting to stack up a little bit. From Hell's Heart flies wide. Leon is going to be able to stay safe for now. Since last time we checked these scores, we do have a bit of a gold lead now developing for Media Pixel. They've brought it back in their favor after the last few fights. SK really struggling to find a foothold in the early game here.
Yeah, the early game really hasn't gone in SK's favor, and it largely comes down to how Media Pixel have played these fights. And once again, speaking of fights, look at the damage Raph is taking.
Pretty substantial when you just walk in and every time you go for an engagement. When you leave, it's easy for Qualifier to hit those Spitfires. So he was really just putting down a ton of disengaged poke. The reflex block picked up on him, keeps him safe from Raph in these ganks. And to be honest, with the comp that we're seeing out of SK, he's the main initiation. He's the one who's going to be able to start fights, and that's a bit lacking. You can see that they can't really get through these reflex blocks. Look at how quickly the turret is going down as well.
Yeah, it's going insanely. It's going down very, very quickly, and this is one of the advantages that you have when you're running a Scarf. They do have fantastic wave clear available in their kit, as well as very low mobility.
Oh, those glimmer shots are pretty big, though. Qualifier is going to dodge the last one. One shot, one kill does not land. Leon not having quite the same impact on this Kestrel as he did on the Sky.
No, but his positioning is still relatively good, and you have to give credit that his glimmer shots are pretty on point. But right now, they're going for the gold miner. This is very risky.
Leon does not have much energy right now. With Palmatora jumping in here, it could be bad. Mowgli's coming in from the flank with a great gauntlet. It gets everyone in there. Dragon's Breath, they've got nowhere to run. Massive damage going on to Leon right now. He can't find a return kill. That's going to be the ace picked up for the side of Media Pixel.
Very well played fight from Media Pixel. Not only did they have so much damage coming out from the gold miner, but the positioning that they set up in that engagement was on point. You had the initial engagement coming out from Palmatoro, the flank down from Mowgli with that phenomenal gauntlet to lock all three members inside of it, followed up by the immense damage from that Dragon's Breath of Qualifier, with Palmatoro just cleaning up at the end. Phenomenal fight. They get themselves a turret, but they're looking for a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, they do pick themselves up a little bit of the camps from the jungle of SK. SK, they can basically just watch right now. They can't go for an engagement. They are, at this point, very far behind. They're sitting at 4.3k in deficit, and a lot of big items are just missing. They don't have a lot of the power spikes that they need to make things happen here. But look at this. Media Pixel, they are on the hunt, constantly looking for more fights. Qualifier coming in here with that Frostburn is buying time for Palmatoro to get in position. He's jumping onto the back line here. Mowgli not really backing him up as much as you might want, though. You can see Raph falling pretty low. Media Pixel are just playing it very slow and measured right now. They're not biting off more than they can chew. We've seen comeback mechanics at work in VGL in this qualifier basically every single series, so they know that they need to be careful. In fact, that's how they lost the first game in their round of 32 series.
Yeah, up against Reliable Union last week, they were pretty much on the Vein Crystal, ready to close the game out, and then one bad team fight completely lost them it. The comeback potential is absolutely massive. The bigger the gold gap, the more gold you actually get back. So you cannot afford to take any bad fights when you're this far ahead. So we have to keep that our eyes on that, because they still have a Vox. SK Prometheus on Techno JJ, he's been playing pretty well. His positioning has been pretty good, but Palmatoro, they're looking for a fight.
Yeah, look at this. Raph on the front line isn't a frontliner, basically. He is far too squishy. That's going to be 2 kills picked up immediately from Media Pixel. Oh, the speed up coming in from Leon to just get out of the way of From Hell's Heart. Palmatoro still chasing a little bit. Thought maybe Leon would try and juke him out there, so he's gone the wrong way. But, man, at this point, I'm very concerned for SK. I don't know how you make it back other than a mistake from Media Pixel.
Well, they can still play around the turrets. There's no reason. Oh!
What? What was that? That was obscene.
Snipe down. Wow. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough to secure the Kraken. But wow, what a great snipe from Leon. Very clutch. He did try his best to find that comeback that we were just talking about, and even though he gets himself a kill, it's not going to be enough to secure themselves the Kraken. But now with the numbers advantage, this could be an opportunity for them to get a successful fight.
They are looking for it, but again, where's the engage? Raph is already super low, doesn't have any way to get onto the members of Media Pixel, land the stun, and they've got to deal with the Kraken. I mean, they had a small window of opportunity. They just weren't quite in position to make it work. Now you can see they're retreating back to their turrets. Techno has no energy. Leon isn't going to have much after he glimmer shots his Kraken a few times. Basically, they have to concede at least 1 turret, if not 2 or 3. This could be a game-winning push for Media Pixel if they play it just right.
it could also be the comeback that SK Prometheus has been looking for. It's pretty much an EU tradition at this point, and here's the fight.
Oh, Palmatoro, he is taking a lot of damage. You might have jinxed this one. One shot, one kill comes out. Does not land on the key target, though. The Kraken still pretty healthy, just wailing away on these turrets. Here comes the Dragon's Breath. It's going to be doing decent damage. Qualifier stutter stepping just to get as much sustain out of that Eve of Harvest as possible. Leon takes him down, but look at the Vein Crystal. It is going to fall. Media Pixel, they pick up this game one.
Media Pixel executing that final fight at the end very, very well. They were just drawing aggro away from the Kraken. They did not want him anywhere near it, and that was just very smart from them. They realized the comeback potential. They learned from their mistakes last week, and they realized, okay, if we just let the Kraken wail on the turrets, then we should easily be able to close out this game, and that is exactly what happened. Really impressive stuff from Media Pixel. A big change up from what we saw yesterday. The reintroduction of Palmatoro to the lineup. You can see the difference in the team, their synergy, the way in which they execute these fights is phenomenal. And I'm really looking forward to how they play throughout the rest of this series. But SK, not the best first game, but there's still plenty of opportunities for them to come back in this best of 3 set.
All right, so that was an awesome first game. Rome, we got to throw it to you because there's plenty of cool stuff to talk about. I especially want to hear your thoughts on the Scarf build, for example. Take it away.
Let's take a look at Media Pixel first and how well they did this game. We can see that even though they picked the Scarf, they picked the Cruel, they had a very passive skill in comp, but they executed it so well. With this Cruel being able to use his Deadman's Rush, waiting out for Leon's Glimmer shots, and then just engaging with the Ardent for that backup. And we can tell, even though Kestrel has such a strong early game, this with the Cruel initiation and how he timed out his abilities, they were able to engage on him, and they were able to maintain like the jungle pressure so that he wasn't getting caught in a case where his early game was suffering. He was actually exceeding like far expectations. Coming into this next game, SK Prometheus, they have a couple things they have to work on, but definitely they do have a chance to make this comeback for sure. They have talented individuals across the board, and what I would like to see coming out of them is looking at Leon specifically and how we've seen how much of an impact he does for his team. He tends to build like very towards more aggressive builds, meaning like he doesn't build too much to sustain. His defensive items are always too minimum, and this actually works out really well for him considering his mechanics are top notch. So getting him a hero like Kestrel, it actually doesn't make use of his strengths really well. And for this next game, we have to put him on somebody very mobile. Either swap him up to lane, let him play Ringo or Vox, or if they can secure that Sky pick again, we would definitely love to see that. But let's throw it back to Blueberries and Donjon, and they'll hit us through for the next round.
Thank you very much, Rome, here for your analysis from this first matchup. Very, very nice to watch here. The awesome team play from Palmatoro, Qualifier, and Mowgli, the championship roster, I would like to say. So SK, can they make the comeback? If they can, they have to start in the bans and in the draft. Talking about that, I would like actually to have some thoughts from Rome. What do you think here about the bans? Media Pixel now having the first ban and SK having the second ban. So who do you think will be here the target?
Well, what they did really well previous to that last match was they studied their opponents really good beforehand, and this is part of like draft mode and how 50% of it actually goes into the drafting phase, making sure you're strategizing around your strengths and weaknesses, and then the rest is execution, which we already know that they've done so well. For Media Pixel, with their first ban, I would actually leave out this Sky open, hoping to secure the first pick as Sky, or if they don't feel confident with it, then do what they did last game since it worked so well and ban out that Sky.
And what actually happened is that the bans stayed the same. Mowgli is calling the shot, and it is a Sky ban, so likely not feeling comfortable, and they do not want to run into this powerful Leon on Sky, and Adagio, yeah, as I said, the same bans are coming out of both teams. Since we didn't talk about it in the first draft, why do you think is SK banning Adagio? Because I feel like they get banned Adagio against them quite often, but now they do actually ban Adagio themselves.
And this is specifically just looking back at how Media Pixel was able to use this Adagio pick as a flex pick, especially during their games in the Europe Live Championships in Poland. We saw how they'll first pick Adagio, then they'll build an entire composition around him, where they have so many opportunities of securing up a Finn, a Vox, a Saw, or even an Arden afterwards. The way their playstyle is, they're so unorthodox in terms of how they approach the game, the strategies that they have, where giving them an Adagio opens up their composition so much more. So an Adagio pick on their behalf is actually very good. But the thing is, how they're able to secure the strengths on the team of SK Prometheus right now is what's going to really count. I would like to see Leon either playing up in lane, using a more mobile hero, because he does tend to go for those very glass cannon builds where he knows his hero extends to a certain point where he uses that mobility to do the most amount of damage while getting away in time. Picking Castro last game was actually a deficit in their end because with Castro being so immobile, that he got targeted down. Even though his positioning was great, he still got dove on by that scroll, and it was game over for them.
Let's jump into the first round of picks, and we do see Media Pixel securing here with the first pick the Arden, and Prometheus answering with a Scarf and a Kestrel. So they take Scarf away from a Qualifier, and most likely Leon jumping on that Kestrel again.
My question to Rome here, why does Media Pixel start with a passive Arden and leave the Kestrel obviously open? What are the next picks here, Rome?
What they're probably going to do again this game is they're going to secure up another Kroll, which they've been actually playing really well, or they can even opt out and get somebody like Jewel or Glaive. But I'm pretty sure their laner this match is going to be a Vox, and we've seen how well Cavalifar plays on that Vox. His CS has always been up to point. His positioning has been really well. With picking up this Arden first, this is probably like one of their comfort picks in terms of a roamer because it opens up their team composition so wide. And this is like something that Media Pixel is really good at, especially during the drafting phase. They have so many different compositions available to them, and they have contingency plans for how the draft phase actually works out.
All right, so it actually is another call together with Vox. So it is the same setup as the game before. I think, isn't it? No,
they played Scarf.
Yes, exactly. Scarf was swapping sides here. So SK Prometheus having Kestrel and Scarf, who will be their Roma. Question to Rome.
What we're going to see again is the exact same thing as last game, where what's going to really count for this match and how it decides who wins will be this early game jungle. And if Kestrel and Catherine aren't able to make that pressure that they did last game, if they keep on losing those early game team fights where we saw Media Pixel heading up in 3-0 last match, with Crow's CS actually being a tad bit higher than Kestrel's in the early game, this is where it counts because Kestrel is a very strong early jungle game. But the thing is, if she doesn't have that head start, if she doesn't get that early jungle pressure, she does fall off a lot quicker. While the Cruel, on the other hand, once you throw down his Arden Gauntlet, everybody is zoned into a locked position. And then you have Cruel just unleashing that rage and followed up by Vox's silence. I'm really leaning towards Media Pixel's composition here, especially how well they come in prepared against this team and how well they've been executing their compositions out so far.
Surprise, surprise! SK is picking up the Keth. Quite an obvious pick getting into here, looking at past plays and past matches from yesterday and the entire winter season. So we are pretty much wrapped. And just a quick question to Rome. Who do you see in favor here? Do you think SK is going to step it up? Leon is getting the carry mode out and is trying to carry that one home so they can go into that third match?
Definitely, Leon is a great player. However, I have to disagree with their picks on, especially putting Leon on this Kestrel. And I will have to favor Media Pixel this match. With Leon, his mechanics is probably one of the best in the world. However, his playstyle matches those with a lot more mobility. And if he were to build Kestrel this one, I would hope that he does go with Crystal Power, giving him a lot more room to move using that camo. But if he sticks on this weapon power, I'm pretty sure the other team's gonna lock him down real quick and delete him out of every single team fight.
Alright, that being said, we will jump on the fold in just a second.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Halcyon Fold for the second game of Media Pixel versus SK Prometheus. My name's Action Jackson. Joining me is Vedius, and I'm pretty excited for this game. I think it's interesting that we've seen so many of the same picks, although slightly mixed up. But can SK come back? That's the big question. If they can win one more game, then they can get blind pick and secure Sky for Leon in the third. So that's what they're going to be aiming to do, I'm sure.
Yeah, there's always that possibility. The question is, can they really outperform this insanely well-organized team that is Media Pixel? Because something that both Rome and I highlighted to about the last game was how well they executed their composition. They knew exactly what they needed to do, how to do it, and they executed it perfectly. So if they're anything like they were in the last game, then I wouldn't be surprised to see Media Pixel take this in a 2-0. But I don't want to count SK out. I still have a lot of faith in Leon's carry potential, and we now actually see Techno JJ being the one picking up that Castron. He had a phenomenal performance on that hero yesterday, so I'm looking forward to seeing how he will do in this game. But this is a very important game because if Media Pixel win this, then they're going to be moving on to the quarterfinals.
To the semifinals, even. I mean, this is the quarterfinals. It is going to be...
No, this is the round of 16. They'll be moving on to the round of 8, which will be the quarterfinals after this. Oh, there we go. Shows how much knowledge I have about the round of 60 and the round of 8. And my memory used to be really good until I took an arrow to the knee. It was ever since that incident that I just have not been able to keep up with.
You know,
like getting back into the game.
You told me
Techno
you were
JJ,
planning on using that line
Techno
when you found an
JJ
opportunity.
with-
I hate that it was now. I hate it so much. Anyway, I want to talk about Techno JJ, and I want to talk about
Let's talk
Leon,
about this guy.
because I actually think this is a really smart adaptation by SK, right? You mentioned it in the pregame that Techno JJ did have a really good performance on that Kestrel. Here we go. He might be finding himself a kill right now. He does pick it up right as I talk about him. It was on cue. We planned that. It was scripted.
It was all set up. It was all part of the plan. Raph with a great initiation with that Catherine, setting up the stun for a very easy kill onto Qualifier. We talked about how weak Vox is during the early game, so why not abuse that? And that's exactly what you saw SK do. They want to try and get Techno JJ ahead during the early game, going for this weapon power. Kestrel, it's where he's at his strongest, so taking advantage of that, very, very smart from SK.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think the fact that they're using this Catherine a little bit more aggressively this game is quite an improvement. I mean, I think last game they really didn't utilize many of the aspects of their comp appropriately, even though I'd say that they got out-comped. But this time around, they're making it work a little bit better. They've got to be careful here. Palmatoro, though, is spending a little bit more time in lane. I mean, we didn't see him roam to lane until much later last game, and he got very, very farmed as a result. This time, he does seem to be hovering up near the Vox a bit more, potentially because the lane is weaker. Obviously, you know, we saw the lane the other way around last time, and Scarf did a great job there. So we'll have to see if Media Pixel can have a similar early game performance, or if they're just looking to really scale into the late game, as their comp would suggest.
Yeah, when you're running a Krull and a Vox, you really are waiting for those late game points. We saw last game that they weren't really able to close things out until MediaPixel were able to pick up things like the Breaking Point, like the Shiver Steel, and they could really make that Krull work. So I expect very similar things to come out in this second game, and it's once again going to be SK looking for those early aggressive plays, and as I say that they're already trying to set up another gank onto Qualifier, but he has the vision this time. He's a lot more prepared compared to the first gank.
Yeah, I mean, the scout trap being placed in that bush was very smart by MediaPixel. You know that basically every time Catherine comes for a gank, it's going to be from that bush rather than the enemy bush, because she can't necessarily close that distance as fast as some other characters. But look at this invade from MediaPixel. They're actually starting to turn the heat up on their side and look for the engagements themselves, which is a big change of pace. And they're really trying to control the tempo here.
What they realize is that when a Techno JJ on this Kestrel is slightly out of position, it's very easy to take advantage of and pick themselves up a kill. So what they decided to do is go for that aggressive play. Maybe they could find Techno JJ just not paying that much attention, get that very early kill like they got in the last game, and then they can start that snowball. So that is what they were trying to do there. Unfortunately, they weren't able to find anyone, but Palmatore was able to pick himself up the Shiver Steel, so going for exactly the same build path that we saw in the last game, and if he has a similar sort of performance, he's going to be running away with it as things progress.
Yeah, and one other thing I want to highlight real quick, Leon has picked up a Frostburn first, in contrast to the Eve of Harvest that we saw coming out of Qualifier last game. Hang on, though, because Techno JJ is engaged on. Dragon's Breath across all three members is doing pretty significant damage, but with Techno JJ going down and Leon falling fairly low, they've got to be careful here. Palmatoro wants more. He has got Smite back off cooldown, but he's taking a decent amount of poke. Raph has to get under that turret, and you can see MediaPixel, they've got to be careful about not overextending here.
So I want to bring attention to what you were just saying.
That was close.
It was very close, but fortunately he didn't end up going down off the back of that for MediaPixel. But I want to come back to what you were saying about this Frostburn, because it is quite important in what happened in that fight, in the sense that Leon is going for that Frostburn because he wants to be able to kite. He wants to try and keep Palmatoro away from Techno JJ.
Whoa, Leon!
So Leon is taking a lot of damage up in the lane.
Fire right there.
God, these guys not giving me the opportunity to break down their fight, and it was so well played by MediaPixel once again as well, and that's really what I want to highlight, because Leon shouldn't have used that Dragon's Breath. He should have prioritized providing peel for Techno JJ, but because he focused on trying to get as much area of effect damage down, that's actually what cost him a fight, alongside the Gold Miner doing so much damage. So a very poor decision for SK to actually go for that fight with the Gold Mine just beating down onto their faces.
The good news and the sort of consolation for the side of SK is that the gold mine wasn't actually taken off the back of that by MediaPixel, so it's still available, and also that gold swing has not gone in favor of MediaPixel just yet. At the moment, it's 1-for-1 in kills. It's only a 400, now 300 gold lead for MediaPixel. SK by no means are significantly behind off the back of that fight. The only thing they've got to be careful of is, of course, the comp scaling into the later game without them addressing it early on enough. You can see Techno, he's not even really doing that much damage just yet to Palmatoro, and now Mowgli's on top of him. He's running a bit low on energy, gonna have to burn those boots in order to get away. Raph, the next target from Hell's Heart over the wall. Man, that was a lot of damage. Raph is going to be going down to Qualifier. You can see Leon is poking out on the side, but it's not quite enough just yet. And actually, the turnaround here, Qualifier wanting to find himself a kill maybe. There's a reflex block, but it's not going to be enough. Qualifier finds himself a second one. Whoa, what's going on here? Palmatoro, he actually dives between turrets, finds Techno JJ as well. That was an 8-minute ace from MediaPixel.
So MediaPixel really stepping things up 8 minutes into the game. We keep talking about how this is a late game composition, but they don't care. They're just saying, late game? Nah, mate, this is an early game composition. I don't know what you're talking about, because the way they execute this is just phenomenal. They know exactly how to utilize their power spikes, and they capitalize on the missed positions that SK Prometheus are constantly putting themselves into. Kestrel and Catherine should not afford to go for a fight like that in that position. It was so easy for them to get on top of Techno JJ. Qualifier then easily rotates down to set themselves up for an easy pickup onto Raph. Then for some reason, Leon tries to go for a 1 versus 2. And Leon, the star carry that was SK Prometheus yesterday, just feels like when he's not on that sky, he can't seem to have the same performance.
I'm inclined to agree with you, and I think, Rome did mention that he wanted to see him on something mobile. I think we can all agree Scarf is not mobile, right? But, it's not panic.
No way.
Well, I mean, he's nimble. I suppose nimble is a good way of putting it. Mobile, less so. I mean,
I agree.
I agree. Yeah. He's agile. There's plenty of words.
The power of flight does give you that advantage.
Oh, that's a good gauntlet. Reflex block for Leon is available, but no one else has one just yet. TechnoJJ is actually surviving just barely in the fray, but From Hell's Heart comes out onto Leon. They're changing focus. He is the one doing the most damage right now, and Smite picks him up. One shot, one kill, barely scratches the armor of Mowgli. Palmatoro was searching for a little bit more, couldn't quite find it, but Raph, he's got to be careful under the tower here.
The thing about these fights is, if you compare the two compositions, what Media Pixel have to do to win the fight versus what SK Prometheus have to do is just so massive. Media Pixel just have to focus the backline, and given their composition, it is so easy to do that. You just have Palmatoro run straight on top of Kestrel. The high mobility from Qualifier means that he can easily catch up, and then you've got the Vanguard coming out from Mowgli to then further support Palmatoro or Qualifier, depending on the situation. So it is so easy for them to get onto the backline. But what SK need to do is kite. They need to be constantly moving away. They need to use Raft to prevent Palmatoro from even getting anywhere near TechnoJJ and Leon. And they are just not able to do it because of how well Media Pixel are positioning and the coordination that they have in terms of their target focus. It is so rough for SK right now. Media Pixel are just such a well-versed team, and their synergy is just so on point. This is very much the Media Pixel that we saw in the live European Championships.
Yeah, and very much, I would say, not the Media Pixel that we saw in the round of 32, which is the last time that we saw them on broadcast. I was very underwhelmed. I think a lot of people were. We were all surprised by the fact that Rebel Union managed to take them to that third game. But now, with their full lineup, they are doing much better. Here comes Palmatoro, though. He is looking for a fight. Might have to be a bit careful of going for one. Does he have... Yeah, he does have From Hell's Heart available, so he might go for it. Oh, that was a good gauntlet. It actually stuns up two members of SK, but he's holding this From Hell's Heart, looking for that perfect one, which I feel might be a bit of a mistake. I mean, they just used two ultimates on Media Pixel, didn't get any kills. Didn't really get any objective control unless they take this minion mine, which I think they should do. How do you feel about that? I mean, do you think Palmatoro should have used From Hell's Heart there?
I think he held on to it because the reflex blocks were propped, and he wasn't entirely sure if the shields are still available, because you can obviously deny that follow-up crowd control, as Palmatoro now is the one that's getting caught out.
Dragon's Breath comes through yet again, but there's a stun onto Leon. Palmatoro might go down here. He's got the smite, though. Look at this. I mean, you cannot kill what is already dead. Crow, as an undead warrior, is great at getting away from these things. Mowgli, though, falling pretty low here, but look at this. They're on the flanks of SK. Palmatoro coming in here out of TechnoJJ yet again. Back up Mowgli, dude. Oh, my word. Mowgli nearly going down there, but Qualifier finds the ace, and with that regeneration, they're going to be all good. Another great fight for Media Pixel.
Palmatoro really demonstrating the strengths that weakness has when you're playing up against the Krull. If you're just going to sit there and beat on his face, you're just not going to win. This is why I keep talking about how positioning and kiting is super important. And even in a 3 versus 2, Palmatoro comes out ahead. The power of breaking point with a Shiver Steel and the weakness just demonstrates the late game prowess that a Krull has. And it's only 12 minutes in. This really shouldn't be the late game point, but given how much of a lead that they actually have, there's nothing that they can do about it. The Warhorn now picked up for Mowgli just means that these initiations from Media Pixel are just going to keep coming out over and over and over again. This is getting super, super rough, and we're in exactly the same position that we saw from SK in Game 1.
I actually kind of feel like Leon should have taken a leaf out of Qualifier's book and gone for the same build. I think if he had an Eve of Harvest, they might be able to, now that the Frostburn is also here, kite back and deal with some of these issues. But right now, they're really struggling. Palmatoro jumping right in here onto Leon. He burns through that reflex block with From Hell's Heart, meaning that the gauntlet can do work. And yeah, this is falling apart at the seams for the side of SK Prometheus. The turret being focused now. Techno JJ actually needs to be a little bit careful of being engaged on here. Look at the damage.
Oh.
Whoa! Qualifier! What was that massive pain train coming out from him? And I don't see the train stopping anytime soon.
Qualifier with the Shatter Glass combined with the alternating current really demonstrates again the late game power that these heroes have once they hit 2 major items. And there's I'm running out of words because this is just getting really rough for SK. There's very little that they're going to be able to do. Their base is already falling apart. Their ability to wave clear is still pretty strong, but given the Warhorn, they can just go for any fight that they want, like now.
Exactly like now. Leon immediately melts. Techno JJ gets just dissolved. I mean, it's ridiculous. From Hell's Heart still available after all of that. They found those 2 kills on the 2 carries without even using all of their kit. It's 12 for 1 right now. There is a 10k gold lead. The ace comes out, Media Pixel. They might be looking to just close at this point. I think they can do it.
They could very well do it. They have the minions that they need. They have the damage. It's just a matter of whether or not Leon can clear the wave fast enough. And given the amount of damage that they have, I don't think they're going to be able to do it. Media Pixel with a fantastic game-winning fight. They're likely going to close out the game and the series.
And they'll be moving forward to the semifinals of this first qualifier. Very well played by them in a 2-0 victory over SK Prometheus. There were a lot of people that became skeptical after those round of 32 games. They've just proved us wrong with an incredible performance. I mean, I can't hype it up enough. That was dominant. There was no point in either of those 2 games where I could have said to you, SK can really win this.
And I honestly think it comes down to the draft. Media Pixel gave away the Kestrel in the second game, even though they had the first pick, and that tells me that they know exactly how to deal with it. We know how popular that hero is right now, and a lot of people are prioritizing it, but Media Pixel have identified that Krull, and combined with the Arden, really seems to be the go-to picks to deal with it. And I think, honestly, that it is this combination of Arden and Krull that makes it so strong. The initiation that comes out from Palmatoro with the follow-up and support provided by Arden is just so good. And I think we're going to be seeing more and more of it as Kestrel is picked more and more often. And I feel as we go into the later stages, we're actually going to see less Kestrel due to this recent counterpick. But fair play to Media Pixel, very solid performance, definitely better from what we saw in the past. And I think they are looking like strong contenders to take this whole tournament.
All right, well, you've heard from us. Let's hear from Rome, because I'm sure he has a lot to talk about. What were your thoughts on this game and this series?
So what happened here was Media Pixel, the champions of the entire Europe live championships. They came, and what I really enjoy, especially when watching them play, was how well they strategized against their opponents. They came into this game, they knew exactly what kind of comps they had to run. And this comes back to like something that I did mention yesterday, where I was like, prioritizing Kestrel is never a very good pick because it leaves the other team a lot of opportunities to counter pick against her. And this is like, especially with new heroes that just get released in recent patches, not too much of the community and not too many of the players know exactly like the boundaries that they do have against certain heroes. It's very true that she's strong in the early game, but the thing is, when she does scale off, and she does scale off, it's so easy to lock her down and take her out of the fight. And when you're looking at how Media Pixel composed their overall team composition this match, they opted out. They got 2 very late game heroes, and as long as they play it right, as long as they know how to be able to preserve during the early stages of the match, they end up executing their plan over and over again. And we saw how dominant they were these 2 matches. But we also have to look at, this is a tournament setting, and so far with SK Prometheus, we've seen them running a different roster the entire tournament. And with Jetpacks, he plays a cruel main especially, and with not having him in this match today, it opted out and it made them choose a bunch of different compositions that I did feel weren't suited towards their personal strengths overall. especially if we're looking at Scarf, for example. Now, we saw the Scarf that Leon played this match. Although he did play it pretty well, this is not one of the heroes that I have seen him master. And choosing a mage, I would have expected it. Maybe he would instead opt out for a Celeste. I mean, his Celeste is probably one of the best in the world. But with their team composition being changed up, their positionings are constantly being changed up. Like how we saw yesterday, he was playing a roam position with Techno up in lane. So they do mix up things a lot. And for especially coming into that second qualifier this season, I think they should set down their roots, making sure which positions they want to play in terms of specialty wise, and how many different compositions they can build out of that. As long as they're staying in their comfort zone, making those right plays and those right picks, I'm pretty sure that their potential is a lot more greater coming into the next season.
Alright, thanks a lot, Rome, for your thoughts here on this matchup. Congratulations again here to the first semi-finalist, which is the current champion of Europe, Mediapixel. So let's see what we have next.
And next, we are going to see the Rebirth of Empire versus Snow Tsunami. We are right now prepping that matchup. You can right now see the rosters of both teams. We did see Rebirth of Empire yesterday defeating in a 2-0 clean versus Rebirth of Kingdom, and now they face one of the still competing Snow teams. It's Snow Tsunami. We do have, quickly going over the rosters, some old names like Look at Me and Alex the Magic. We have Susiska, former player of BLH, if I'm not mistaken, and then two new players, one LT and PT Lamb. On the other side, well, that's the common roster. We saw those guys playing in the championships finals versus Mediapixel. It's Netto Great Kali and Upfire, and they also have Irons in their roster now. So Rome, what are your thoughts? Tell us about those two teams and what you think is going to happen here.
With these two teams in Rebirth of Empire and Snow Tsunami, I'm expecting like quite a replica to what we saw last match, where if I were to compare these two teams and their similarities, I would say Snow Tsunami is a lot like Mediapixel, where their hero pool is really big. They have a lot of comfort picks, and they do spend a lot of time strategic wise in how to counter draft and making sure that their advantage in before a match even starts is already there. But with Rebirth of Empire is a lot like SK Prometheus. Although I do think they're very balanced out throughout the entire team. They have a lot of heroes that they have mastered, especially looking at heroes like Vox, Glaive, and with these guys is if they're coming to this game against such a strong Snow team, I would like to see them running maybe a more unorthodox team composition overall, maybe strategizing to lock out a certain objective in the jungle. Like let's say if you're gonna be running a composition and you want to just dominate the jungle and ease off that tension in the lane, that would be awesome. But if you're running something more balanced and getting that advantage early in the lane that helps translate down to the jungle where you're able to apply that pressure will work out really well too. But if you're going too passive in both lanes and jungle, I think they're going to run into a problem, especially against this Snow team that makes so much out of minimal mistakes.
Okay, so we are actually starting the bans and draft. Very, very nice to see that everyone is here on time. So big shout out also to the teams for being well prepared, of course, as usual here. Good stuff going on in VGL and Rebirth of Empire facing Snow Tsunami. As said earlier, it is again another Seed 1 versus Seed 2. Let's jump into the ban. Here we are, and the first ban from Rebirth of Empire is coming out. It is a Koshka and Snow Tsunami going for a Sky ban. Rome, what do you think about that?
With this match, banning out Sky, I'm assuming that they're trying to secure the second and third pick. A first and second pick with a black feather on their team with Snow. And on the other team, if they're gonna go with a Koshka, most likely they're gonna try and lock up this Fox, making sure that they do have a more mid to late game scale and composition, and this suits them really well. But like I said before this match started, was these guys do have a pretty decent amount in terms of their comfort picks, and what they're gonna have to do is the other team is gonna already expect something like this. So I'm assuming that they're gonna have a very one late game hero on the team with Snow to counteract. So they're gonna have to be able to make sure that their early game jungle is very strong, or they're gonna have problems in the late game.
Okay, so we do see from Rebirth of Empire here the first pick. It is a cool pick. Did you expect that, Rom?
Yeah, so what I said earlier, when they did ban out that Koshka, I'm assuming that they were going to try and go for a very passive composition.
Yep.
Especially if they lock up this Cruel, and perhaps they were looking at last game. We do know Cruel is a great counter to Kestrel, and Cruel also helps you get towards that mid to late game really well, as long as you don't suffer in the early game. So by banning Koshka and by trying to eliminate as many possibilities for the opposing team to be able to secure a very strong jungle in the early game, it helps you improve your chances, especially if you want to build a composition around this Crow.
So what do you expect here Snow to pick against that cool from Rebirth of Empire, or at least what would you suggest?
I would probably like to see them picking somebody. Rye would even be good in this scenario. Getting somebody also like Blackfeather would be really good. Pedal would actually pretty decent, and we have seen the Snow team run a lot of Pedal.
Yeah, that's true.
So and picking up this Cruel first for Rebirth of Empire was actually really smart on their behalf, because they have seen Look at Me play a lot of Cruel in previous matches this tournament. So taking out that option for him, forcing him to pick something else, making sure that he's able to not cause so much harm for them early in the game.
Okay, waiting here for Team Snow and their picks, and thanks again for your thoughts. It would be very interesting to see actually Petal, and I think that would be our first Petal statistics on Fame Glory for this qualifier at least. So this is pretty exciting. It is not Petal, but it is Adagio and Vox. What do you think of that?
I'm assuming that they're going to be using this Adagio as a second support, and then alongside with playing either a Finn or an Arden on the roam position, because we know the other team's going to have to pick one or another. They can't pick both of them. So if they were to build this properly, if they were to build this Crystal Adagio very strong, the only thing that Cruel and Rebirth of Empire can do now is pretty much bet all their marbles and try and eliminate this Fox. As long as he kites really well, he gets that buff damage, he gets those heals, he's able to delete the entire team 3v1.
So waiting here for Team Rebirth of Empire knocking out Rebirth of Kingdom in yesterday's round of 16. A very, very good match here of the two teams, and I'm excited to see what they are going to build around that cool. We're still waiting here for their call, since this is all live and we are pretty good in time. So just waiting. Maybe they will follow what Rome thinks or not. So let us... yeah, just go ahead, Rome.
A Crystal Ringo would actually work out in a really good position for them here, and having Ringo in this lane against Vox, it makes a lot of sense, because he does get that early game pressure on, and he's able to come down and help out the Cruel. And then should he be able to build Crystal afterwards, as long as they have vision, especially before team fights, if he's able to use that ultimate on the Ringo to initiate, it helps them so much with the diving comp, especially with Cruel being in the front lines, trying to get to this Vox, trying to eliminate them out of the picture.
I think Arden Scarf doesn't sound too bad for me around a Cruel. What do you think?
With this Scarf pick, it works both ways, and it depends on how well mechanic-wise can this Scarf land his skill shots, and it will also depend on how well the Vox will actually be able to maneuver around dodging these skill shots. As long as he's able to get up close after trying to delete or trying to repositioning himself away from that cruel, then he'll have a really good chance. And with that last pick coming in, what can we do for Snow, right? Like, if they were to pick somebody, like, I've actually run a couple compositions with Look At Me where we do play a Roam Blackfeather, and I highly encourage this because it works so well, especially if you're getting that buff on a very tanky roamer that does do a lot of damage. Your end game is actually very strong, and it's a great way to counteract against this Cruel.
Alright, and that is Blackfeather. Would he actually fit into that composition based on what you just have said?
It depends on how they're going to try and play this. There's two possibilities where you're going with either a jungle carry Adagio or you're going with the jungle carry Cruel. And I would honestly, especially if they ran with the roamer Adagio and putting him in that front line all the time, I have a feeling he's going to get deleted. So what I would like them to do is play this jungle carry Adagio with the roamer in Blackfeather.
Alright, so let's see here and jump into the fold. This is the final matchup. Cool Arden and Scarf versus Blackfeather, Vox, and Adagio.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the VGL Qualifier 1 for the winter season. My name is Action Jackson. Joining me is Vedius. We've got an awesome game coming up for you guys. Rebirth of Empire versus Snow Tsunami. We've seen both of these teams yesterday. They were playing very, very well. Vedius, what are your thoughts on this match?
Well, I am excited because we have the roaming Blackfeather, and you talked about how Rome was very excited about this pickup and how he wants to encourage it a little bit more. He thinks it's quite a good pick, especially into the Krull, and having had a little bit of a chat with him before this, he was telling me how the breaking point versus breaking point that we're likely to see on both the Blackfeather and the Krull is going to be a big factor in how things play out. So I'm really excited to see how this matchup goes, as already both teams grouping up in the lane.
I really liked that positioning from Upfire, using the fact that he can just farm from a pretty large distance. He sat in the bush so that he couldn't get ganked. Now PT Lamb, though, is going to be ganked. Take a decent chunk of damage there. Ooh, great Kali. Lots of return onto him. It seems like Look At Me wants to keep this fight going for just a little bit longer, putting some poke down onto Upfire. Lots of aggression early on in this one.
Yeah, it certainly is, and not really that surprising considering how aggressive both these teams were in their matches yesterday, as Look At Me face checks the bush.
Yeah, Look At Me looking in the bush, maybe a little bit too boldly. Great Kali comes down with the smite and finds himself that first blood. And yeah, easy first pickup for the side of Rebirth of Empire there. Not too surprising given the damage that Crow has when you can hit them before they can even see you. Just build up those stacks and chunk them out with smite.
Exactly that. There's little to add to that. Unfortunately, that was pretty much all there was to it in that situation. Kroll pretty much sitting in the bush, getting all those stacks up, and you can see the advantages of weaknesses have. When you don't really have an opportunity to get the positioning that you want, there's very little to take advantage of in that situation. So, nice first blood going over to Rebirth of Empire, and yesterday we did see them, once they got that early lead, they were pretty good at holding it and maintaining it. In particular, Great Kali really being one of the big carries for his team yesterday. So the question is, can he be that same sort of carry that he was yesterday? And given how Krull has had a massive impact in the games that we've already seen today, I don't think it's beyond his control.
I absolutely agree with you. I mean, I think we've seen Kroll in Europe basically being one of the most dominant heroes picked. and Great Khali is one of the foremost Crow players. So if he can't make it work, no one can. That's the way that I would look at it. I definitely think that he's in a good spot. We are seeing the Crow paired with the Arden, exactly like you were mentioning in the last series. Seems to be a very strong pairing of heroes for the jungle and roam positions.
Yeah, it certainly is, and just having a quick look at the farm, very even across both teams, and nothing too surprising in terms of early itemization. It does seem very standard. You can see very early light shields picked up for PT Lamb. Not that surprising when you're going up against a Scarf. We've seen the amount of poke that it can put down, and just getting a little bit of early shield makes a lot of sense to that. I wonder if we're actually going to be seeing a bit of early armor come out as well. It doesn't actually look like we see anything like that. Very early Oak Hearts as well coming out from Nettet Toilette. Perhaps we'll see something like a double Fountain of Renewal, but very likely that we're also going to see Great Khali going for a very early Shiver Steel. Very similar to what we've seen out of all Krolls quite recently.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense here because as well as being able to help you dive on the back line and maybe deal with PT Lamb a bit better, it also puts you in a position to slow down the advance of the front line if you need to, for example, stop Look at Me for jumping on Upfire. So it's an item with a lot of uses. It's a very versatile item, would be a better way of saying that. And I think Rebirth of Empire have a lot of options here for the builds that they can go. They're going to need some armor. That's something I want to highlight, though, because with the Adagio backing up Look at Me and PT Lamb, there's going to be so much damage coming of that side.
There certainly is, and we've been talking quite a lot about items, and look at this. Upfire going for a very early Frostburn, decided that he wants to go for more of that kiting. He wants to... I think that's more of a, I want to keep you from running away, as opposed to I want to try and peel for my teammates, as we saw in the last game. So going for that is going to help in terms of sticking to the enemy target. You talked about how Shiver Steel allows Great Khali to stick to his targets, and picking up a Frostburn is going to further facilitate that. So I quite like the pickup. We'll have to see how Upfire really decides to utilize it, as PT Lamb himself picks himself up the alternating current. So pretty standard stuff coming out from both sides right now, as the Gold Mine are going to be kicked off by a Rebirth of Empire.
Very little reaction there by Snow Tsunami. I feel like, their vision was a little bit lacking in that area. They'd just backed up to take camps because of the fact that Look at Me was actually slightly behind in experience. Like, he needed to go do camps at that point. So an easy pickup for Rebirth of Empire. They weren't punished at all for it. And with that vision, it's going to help a lot against potential ganks coming out from Snow Tsunami.
Certainly could be. Right now, the game is pretty passive, and this isn't actually that bad for either team. You have to think that both teams scale relatively well. The biggest thing for me is how, with this Scarf pick, you're going to have a lot of wave clear, and you're going to make it a very difficult for the side of Snow Tsunami to actually set up any real sieges. It's going to be quite awkward for them to get through the amount of poke and the amount of clear that Upfire does have available to him. So, but either way, both teams are taking their time, scaling it, making sure that they can complete those major items before they actually look for any sort of engagement.
Yeah, and I think that's smart, to be honest, because just because there's a bit of a lead building up for the side of Rebirth of Empire, that doesn't mean that you want to chance your luck, especially that things could easily snowball in the other direction. As you said before, Snow Tsunami scales very well too. So you got to be very afraid about taking a bad fight early on here.
Yeah, right now, I want to talk a little bit more about the teams, because Rebirth of Empire, these guys, their whole goal in this team was to defeat the other Rebirth of team, Rebirth of Kingdom, which they successfully done yesterday. So past this point, obviously they want to get higher seedings, obviously they want to make it to the live European Championships, but they've pretty much achieved their goal. They've beaten their nemesis that was Rebirth of Kingdom, and now they're just going to be doing best that they can through this tournament. And given how strong they looked yesterday, and given the composition that they have, I think there's quite a lot of potential for this team to make it into the semi-finals and be a top contender for the whole thing.
I certainly agree. I'm quite curious to see moving forward whether or not, for example, teams that they face, or this team in a game 2 or 3, start considering a Kroll ban or pick away against them. Because Great Khali, we mentioned it earlier, but in a sort of broader sense, has been very successful on that hero, but we haven't seen him on much else. And I think it would be a ban or steal away pick that would would be very beneficial to them. Oh, this is potentially bad for Snow Tsunami, though. You can see that they walked right onto that scout trap. Look at the big damage coming down. Smite just obliterates PT Lamb. Now look at me, is being chased here. You can see Upfire dealing with Sasuke off on the side too. With that Frostburn, he just can't get out of here. There's no way for him to escape. It is an inevitable death. I'm just going to leave that happening on the other screen. Check out Look at Me because, yeah, that was bound to happen. And now you can see Great Khali starting. What was that damage? What? I swear he didn't even have that many stacks on him.
Well, he must have had a lot of stacks on him to do 722 damage with one smite. That means that you've got to take a while to get those stacks up. That was insane.
It's like the holy hand grenade from Worms.
The holy hand grenade. I think that is a very apt description for Great Khali's smite.
Unholy really hand grenade. There you go.
Unholy hand grenade. I really like that. That's really good. So, but right there, that was a great utilization of catching PT Lamb out of position. Really good flair to spot out both Sasuke and PT Lamb trying to get a bit of a shot in, which ended up costing them their lives. So great catch by Rebirth of Empire, extending their gold lead even further. And we talked about it so many times, how it's so easy for Great Khali to, on this crawl, to just go, kick off the fight. They get a massive movement speed for sitting in a brush, and then the follow-up from Arden just makes it so difficult to escape, especially when you've got a Shiver Steel on top of that. So great initiation from Rebirth of Empire. Very great stuff.
We're already seeing some of these items we talked about being picked up, and whilst there's a small amount of downtime, it's probably worth discussing that. We've got the Fountain of Renewal on Nettet Toilette now, which I think is a great item against the very sustain-heavy focus that is coming out of Snow Tsunami. On the flip side, we've also got one for Sasuke. So both of these teams are going to be able to have some nice sustain in fights. I think that's going to be more beneficial for the side of Rebirth of Empire, though, because Kroll is just going to burst through those healing ticks and not care too much about it.
I think it makes a lot of sense when you have two scaling crystal power heroes as well. Vox is going to be doing a lot of damage as the game progresses. We talk many times about how once he gets those two major items, he's going to be hitting a big spike, and it's very similar for Upfire on this Scarf. So having that shield is going to be very beneficial in these engagements. On top of that, Breaking Point is now completed for Look at Me, so he is going to start doing a lot more damage, but same for that Black Feather. I feel like you need that second item before you really start packing a punch. So again, both teams still ramping up, still scaling. The gold is still very close, and you shouldn't let the score deceive you. Even though it's 3-0 in favor of Rebirth of Empire, this game is still very tense, still very close, and it could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, a 1.5 roughly 1,000 gold lead going over to Rebirth of Empire is nothing too significant, especially when we expect this game to go quite late. But something worth noting here is that there's been no contest on this gold mine at all from Snow Tsunami. I mean, they really have just been focusing on farming and trying not to get caught, which has failed once or twice. So they need to establish better vision control and make sure that they're not just letting these advantages accrue for the side of Rebirth of Empire with no pushback, because that's how a game snowballs. You know, you can't just necessarily let that happen, even if you have a good late game comp when you're against another good late game comp.
Yeah, that's certainly true. I'm curious right now though, because the wave clear from PT Lamb, he has got the Broken Myth, so it's still going to be relatively strong, but the poke that's going to be available from Upfire could make it very difficult for them to defend against this quite strong siege that is also coming out from Rebirth of Empire. But right now they've decided not to pursue that as they've picked up their second major item. So there it is. We're seeing the Shiver Steel combined with the Breaking Point, we're seeing the Frostburn combined with the Broken Myth, and Rebirth of Empire, they're going to start looking for fights. You can already see them starting to group up. The flag goes down. This could be the opportunity that they have been waiting for.
Yeah, Look at Me might be a good target here. He does have Rose Offensive, which is such a good tool for getting away from sticky situations. You can use it to get through gauntlets and all that kind of stuff. But Nettet Toilette, he's not, got too itchy a trigger finger. He's waiting for the right opportunity, the perfect opportunity to go for the engagement. I think that's exactly the kind of patience that you want your roamer to have. With the turret still being so healthy, it's not as if Rebirth of Empire can dive. So Snow Tsunami know that they're relatively safe here, so long as they don't overextend. Right now, they're the ones looking for a fight, though, as they jump onto Net Toilette. Look at the damage, very substantial upfront damage coming out of them. Great Kali left lane for just a second, and everything went poorly all of a sudden, but he's got some big damage. He's going to smite the first kill onto PT Lamb. Whoa, Spitfire with the snipe down onto Look At Me. That did a lot more damage than I expected off the back of that the Broken Myth being completed.
So they're able to catch a Rebirth of Empire, out of position and get themselves a great kill. This is looking fantastic for Snow Tsunami, but then all of a sudden Great Kali is like, oh wait, you guys are fighting? I want to be involved in this. And the moment he joins in, that's suddenly when the momentum swings back into the favor of Rebirth of Empire. You saw how quickly he took out PT Lamb and then upfire with a beautiful snipe, locking down Look At Me, and then that ended up being a 2-for-1 trade overall. Great fight going in the favor of Rebirth of Empire. Again, maintaining that momentum that they've already built up from that great early game.
They're trying to find some more here as well, looking to engage onto PT Lamb, but I think very smartly Snow Tsunami are just kind of sitting around the lane right now. They know that this is the point at which they need to be defending, right? Because at the moment, they're bleeding out a little bit. You can see Rebirth of Empire doing a good job in that sense. They need to clot that and try and stop it from continuing, and I think the lane is where you do that for Snow Tsunami, so it makes a great deal of sense, as I was saying. Still, though, Goldmine being cashed in again for Rebirth of Empire, they've managed to get close to 1,000 gold off the back of that, which is why they're at 2,000 in the lead instead of 1,000. So that has been big for them.
It certainly has. Maintaining that control is always a good thing that all teams will want to do if they can, but I think it's also very smart from Snow Tsunami to not try and contest because they don't feel that they're strong enough to come out ahead in these exchanges yet. Notice that Look At Me only has the breaking point so far. He's actually working towards what looks like quite defensive itemization. He's got the light shield picked up for himself. He's also got himself some light armor. So he's got those core components to try and help mitigate some of the upfront burst that is coming out from Great Kali and Upfire. But PT Lamb is really going to be the guy that you need to keep your eyes on as a big fight. He's kicking up in the lane.
Net Toilette is taking a lot of damage. PT Lamb actually finds it. Great Kali, again, not being in the right place at the right time. You have to question the vision control from Rebirth of Empire.
PT Lamb really utilizing that power spike that he'd take. He is someone that we have needed to keep our eyes on because he's playing that Vox, and we've seen how unbelievably strong a Vox is in the later stages of the game, and you saw it right there. If you're ever slightly out of position, he has so much mobility and so much damage to just lock you down and delete you that he can very easily pick up a kill. So off the back of that, another kill going in the favor of Snow Tsunami, and I think this game could slowly work back in their favor, and because that's something that we haven't alluded to is Sosaka on this Adagio. When you run this hero, you're all about buffing up certain heroes and allowing them to do an insane amount of damage with the utility and support that you can provide, as Great Kali runs straight into the bush.
He does, but he's got to back up immediately because there's not that much great engage on the side of Rebirth of Empire, unless Net Toilette just fires on the gauntlet, which he wasn't willing to do because they didn't know that Look At Me was in base. If they knew, I think they would have just dived the turret there.
They could very well have done, but it is very risky to dive a turret against a very high mobile Vox. So very smart of them, they didn't decide to take the risk. But I really want to come back to Sosaka because I think this Adagio pick is going to be monumental in who he decides to actually provide those buffs for. Whether or not he puts all of his attention into supporting Look At Me on the front line, or whether or not he's going to put all of his focus onto PT Lamb, who is going to be providing a lot of damage as another fight kicks off.
This is definitely the opportunity for Rebirth of Empire. Look at this. Dragon's Breath over the wall. That is doing so much damage. Holy guacamole. That's going to melt one. Finds two. PT Lamb, the last member alive. The goop zones him from getting back to his jungle. And with Great Kali on the front line, he's looking for the kill. He actually gets a turnaround. PT Lamb can't quite find more, though. And now we're going to see the Kraken picked up off the back of that ace.
So two late game compositions finally go for that one big fight, but the biggest problem for Snow Tsunami is they run down into a choke point, which sets up beautifully for Upfire. We have seen this so many times from a Scarf that if you fill into that very enclosed space, it is so easy for him to get all of his area of effect damage down and delete your entire team. The biggest problem for Snow Tsunami is they have no real front line. There was nothing that they could do considering the great positioning that was coming in from Upfire. They come out with a very clean ace. 3 members for 1. They pick up the crack, and they're going to pick up the turret, and they're going to start sieging onto the base that is Snow Tsunami.
You know, you always hear people say Dragon's Breath doesn't do that much damage, you should just use other abilities. But when you're at that range and you know they can't get on you, it is a great skill to use. But here comes the counter attempt from the side of Snow Tsunami. They get a great stun on 3 members from that last verse. Holy moly, Sasuke with a massive play right there. That was game-changing. That might have been the displacement of water to start the tsunami rolling.
What a beautiful verse of judgment from Sasuke, getting the 3-man burn down onto the enemy team, followed by the 3-man stun, was absolutely monumental in setting up for PT Lamb and Look at Me to just get onto the backline. They deleted Upfire. With him out of the fight, they could concentrate all of their attention onto getting rid of Great Kali, and with him gone, then that was it. You saw how many breaking point stacks that Look at Me was able to build up, along with the broken myth stacks that PT Lamb also got, and it just shows that the longer drawn out fights that they are able to get, and the more time they're allowed to proc these stacks, is just so great for the lineup of Snow Tsunami. Getting 2 kills right there is going to be absolutely massive. Picking up the Kraken Gold as well has all of a sudden brought Snow Tsunami back into this game.
See, this is one of those situations where, without context, you'd be like, okay, so they traded 3 for 3, but Rebirth of Empire got a tower, right? And you'd see that and you'd be like, okay, that was pretty good for Rebirth of Empire. But given the circumstances and the context, that fight never should have happened. They should not have allowed themselves to be in a position to get stunned on all 3 members just by Verse of Judgment. That was obscenely well played by Snow Tsunami, but similarly, a big mispositioning from Rebirth of Empire. They need to check themselves before they wreck themselves.
Yeah, you can't afford to be in that sort of position when you're playing a Scarf. You're supposed to be on the back line, you're supposed to be doing your sort of damage from range, and to group up that much to allow yourself to get stunned by the Verse of Judgment, a very big misplay, which has allowed, as we've already said, Snow Tsunami to get back into this game. And with some bigger major items being picked up now, like the Serpent's Mask done for Look at Me, the Shatter Glass completed for PT Lamb, I am a little bit worried for Rebirth of Empire with the amount of damage that is now available. But keep an eye on Sasuke. Have a look at who he is deciding to buff up, who he is providing his support to. Because whoever he does, they are going to be doing a ton of damage. And if Rebirth of Empire aren't concentrating that target down, they could be in a lot of trouble.
Holy infusions, Batman. Every single person picked one up at the same time across both teams. They are really aware that this next fight could be the fight, the one that determines everything, and it absolutely could. Right now, Rebirth of Empire, they're sort of on an expedition into the enemy jungle. They're scouting out where maybe the members of Snow Tsunami are, trying to gain some control so that they can find a fight in their favor. But I actually feel like maybe they don't want to sit in the jungle and engage 3 versus 3. If they find one person and catch them out, fine. But if it's a 3 versus 3 and Sasuke gets another big Verse of Judgment, it's all over for Rebirth of Empire, unless a great Crucible comes out of Net Tet Toilette. And that's the big thing to mention here. I think that Crucible use is going to be extremely important for Rebirth of Empire and their ability to kite and provide peel for Upfire.
I think that the positioning is also going to be a massive thing, and who both teams decide to target focus, as it does look at Me finally going for that engage.
He is running in, but he takes a lot of poke right off the get-go. Upfire is doing a great job of staying on the periphery of the fight here. Great Kali immediately onto the back line, goes on to PT Lamb, but look at this. The first kill going the way of Snow Tsunami. The kite coming out of Lamb. He's still alive. He manages to get Kali, and an ace comes through for Snow Tsunami. The Kraken's up. They could go for it if they wanted to, but they're actually just going for a turret here.
And what a great fight from PT Lamb. You could see how great this Vox is at just kiting around and keeping himself alive. Sasuke again providing such fantastic support to keep that carry in a position to really carry the fight. I'm kind of lost for words to how well executed that fight was, because you saw how hard they tried to shut down Upfire, and I was like, oh no, he's done such a great job of kiting back, he's kept himself alive, and now Snow Tsunami are overcommitting, but they actually get it. Thanks to the repositioning, thanks to the high mobility that PT Lamb has, he's able to catch up with the rest of his team. All of a sudden, Great Kali and Net Tet Toilette are left on the back line, and then with Upfire gone, it's just a simple matter of kiting out Great Kali, getting that kill, kills, securing themselves a turret alongside the Kraken, and now all of the momentum has swung in the favor of Snow Tsunami.
You know, those were the big highlight points, but something a bit smaller that I want to touch on that was so good was how PT Lamb saved, wait for it. He waited for it, right? He waited for the perfect opportunity to use his C ability, and man, was it impactful. Laying it on the path of his retreat, on his kiting route, allowed for him to get away at the end there because of the massive damage that it did, the silence, everything that it applied was just huge there. So really nice fight. Right now, look at me, is going to be trying to go for an engagement. They want to find a fight. Sasuke moves forward, gets the heal fire onto two members, looking for that verse of judgment. Can he find it this time, though? Upfire is on the back line, but look at me, is going to dive forward, try and go for this kill. Here comes the last verse. Is it going to be enough? It looks like it. PT Lamb finds two. Look at me finds one, but Snow Tsunami find the ace, and they find the win in the first game of this series.
Wow, Snow Tsunami with what looked like a comeback, but just them utilizing their late game comp perfectly. The way they played those fights was fantastic. I was so impressed with their execution, their positioning, and what looked like very bad initial positioning coming from them really shows their expertise as a team and trust in one another, because they just executed it perfectly. I keep going on about it simply due to how fantastic it was. Snow Tsunami, really, really surprising. Actually coming in with a bit of an upset, Seed 2 taking the first game over Seed 1, and I'm really looking forward to hearing what Rome has to say about this game.
All right, well, let's do just that. Pass it over to him.
Okay, looking at this last game, there are a couple things that I do want to note out just so everybody gets on the same page into understanding these compositions. We looked at how Snow Tsunami, they did run an Adagio, and this was very critical on the side of Rebirth of Empire, because with Arden grabbing a Crucible so late into the game, there was that one big fight where the Verse of Judgment came out and stunned the entire team. And this was like pretty much the turning point in what would have been like a game won by them ahead of time. But looking on the other side, like although both teams played really well, the use of Adagio on the other team, I think, could have been a lot more efficient in terms of his playstyle as a roamer and as a support. With him buying that Fountain first, buying that Atlas first, it's all very great, but the thing is with Adagio, his kit is built around having CP and being able to buff up his allies as quick as possible. And in the jungle, you have one melee in Blackfeather and a range in Adagio against two melee compositions in the opponent's jungle. Should he have been able to buy a lot of flares in the early game and opted out for going straight into that CP with an Atlas, their team would have been so much more stronger in the early game, where I think it would have snowballed a lot easier, making this win a lot more quicker for them. But overall, excellent position played on both sides. We saw how Upfire was always in that back line, making sure that he had the support coming out of Arden, but they did have a couple positioning problems where they were too spread apart. Cruel wanted to go in, but the Scarf was like stuck left in the back. Whereas on the other team, we had excellent positioning coming out of the entire team. And this was what made the entire game. Like, this was how they won those late game team fights. We noticed how Vox was always able to use that mobility, stand in the back. As long as he got that pulse off, is exactly when he would come in to engage. With Look at Me always in the front lines, he was making sure to mitigate that damage, mitigate all of that attention, and bring that focus towards him, where his kit is designed around being able to evade as much as possible, and that's how they won this game. Going to the second match, there's a lot of things that these guys have to work on both sides in terms of how to bring their game to the next level. We're getting to that stage where there's only 8 teams left, and the competition is just getting better and better. But yeah, to get us to the draft mode, let's pass it back to Blueberries and Don John.
Thank you very much, Rome. And that was just another great match here in the Vainglory League.
I'm gonna do the draft picks. So what can we expect from these teams this game, like in terms of picks and bans? Like, I'm looking on the side of Rebirth of Empire. seeing what happened last game, banning out that Vox would actually be a really good idea for them, forcing that lane carry to be able to get through that early to late game period, to get through that hard phase where he has that scaling in terms of CS. But in order for them, they need to play a bit more balanced composition overall. Running Scarf and Growl together, although it's very strong in the late game, you're very dependent on how your position is. And with the team of Snow is they've been doing excellent in this draft pick, and this is something that I recommended for them before this match in terms of how similar they are towards the Media Pixel team, where they're able to play a bunch of different compositions and they know how to counterpick really well. But yeah, Blueberries, John, hit us up.
All right, thank you very much, Rome. And the first pick, I think, is ready. The bands here, the Vox and the Sky. So with the Vox band and the Sky band, what do you think, Rome? The first pick here from Snow to open the draft, what could that be?
For them, this match is they took out a lot of heroes that are very good against melee compositions, so they'll want to build something very into the late game. With them being able to secure maybe another Black Feather first, or perhaps getting an Arden will help them build their composition out total wise. Or even if they opted out, they got a Koshka early game to make sure that early jungle pressure was actually present.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, what do we have? We don't know yet. So we are waiting here for the pick. And there we go. Snow securing that cool and Rebirth of Empire now having the chance to pick 2. What do you think about that cool pick, and what do you expect here from Rebirth of Empire in that draft?
Leaving this Adagio opening again, it gives them a good chance to pretty much reverse draft against that first game. Well, this team has picked Cruel, so the other team might opt out and pick a good counter towards this. Grabbing that Adagio and Black Feather is actually a great way to start. You want a hero that's able to apply that early pressure in terms of being able to fight Cruel in the early levels and win, but you also want the hero to be able to scale into the late game. Having items like a Broken Myth or a Breaking Point is much needed against a Cruel.
All right, and we have the first picks here, Rebirth of Empire. They are going for Catherine and Celeste, as it looks. So that is interesting here. Celeste is taken. Haven't seen her for a while. I mean, we have seen yesterday a pretty strong Celeste. The question is Rebirth of Empire a team which can, build the composition around the Celeste? What do you think about that?
Celeste is really great in this sense of scenario, but what they're going to have to really focus on in their last pick, especially going up against a Cruel, is they're going to need a heavy bruiser, somebody that's always in the front line, somebody that's always attracting as much attention as possible. If the other team decides to dive on the Celeste, take her out of the picture first, then eventually their composition will fall down. So getting that very bruiser in types of as a jungle carry, you have a lot of options in terms of Black Feather, you have Glaive, you have who else would you actually put in there? I'd put in probably Glaive. I like Glaive probably the most, but we haven't seen Rona in this tournament yet, and she actually fits in really well here too.
All right. Look at Me decides to put in Arden and Scarf around that cool, and the great Carly is locking in Black Feather. So we have playing for Snow, Cool, Arden and Scarf, and for Rebirth of Empire, Black Feather, Celeste and Catherine. Last thoughts?
So what we have here is both teams playing 2 mages up in the lane, and you have 2 very passive jungle compositions coming out. But with Snow Tsunami here is they pretty much ran the exact same composition that Rebirth ran last game. So perhaps they're teasing him, making them know that they could probably play this comp out really a lot better. We're gonna have to be very dependent on how well these Ardens are able to use that use that gauntlet to make sure that they zone out everybody, lock them into that certain scenario where Scarf is able to unleash that AoE damage.
Alright, we are jumping into the fold and just waiting here for the last player, and while we do so, let's have a look at one trailer and then our casters, Action Jackson and Vedius, will take it away.
Shatter the Vain, a podcast about vainglory.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Game 2 of Snow Tsunami up against Rebirth of Empire. Last game we saw Snow Tsunami with a great turnaround in the late game, taking themselves a win. Vedius, can they do it again? Let's get into this.
Well, that is going to be the big question. We do have a bit of a change-up this time. Upfire going to be the one on the Black Feather, and Look at Me going to be the one on Krull. So I am looking forward to seeing how now both teams can use the differences in terms of the change of their composition. Can one team use the Krull better than the other? Can one team use the Black Feather better than the other? Something that I think will be really exciting, and I think this should be a fantastic match.
This is a very early roam down from Great Khali, but Sasuke, being the one to check the bush, does obviously have the Vanguard available to get away. Great Khali is giving up a lot of lane pressure to PT Lamb right now.
Yeah, I imagine that we're going to see a pause relatively soon here, because it looks like Look at Me is experiencing some technical issues, so while we get the poll resolved, we're going to hand it back to the fantastic German pair over on the host desk.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we just saw that Look at Me was suspiciously moving for quite a while not. So we decided to quickly pause the game, getting in touch with him in the meantime, and hope to get some response ASAP so that we can unpause this game and see if everything is fine. And let's just actually wait another few seconds before we do so here. Scarf, Cool, and Arden facing Celeste, Blackfeather, and Catherine. Totally agree with your point here, Vedius. Very excited to see who is the better Cool here from those two teams. I think we will know better after this second match, and maybe we go, even though, into a third match. So let's unpause from our side. I think we gave roughly a minute or so. No response so far, so it's likely that he does not move. He does. Alright, guys, back to you.
Alright, thank you very much. Let's get right back on into this one. We did see that roam down from the Great Khali not be too effective, but hopefully she can have a bit more of an impact as this game goes on.
So, Action Jackson. We've been talking a lot about these games, but we have to get down to the real question, because we have a Celeste. Now, we do see Celeste a couple times. She has a lot of potential. She's got a lot of wave clear as well as a lot of poke. But in terms of wizards versus dragons, who are you putting your vote on?
It's really tough, because it depends on the specific mythos, right?
The mythos?
Like in the Vainglory world. The mythos. Right. Well, the mythos, because it's my opinion on it. It's the mythos,
okay.
Right? But
okay.
No, I think in this instance, I'd be inclined to give Celeste the edge. I feel like
well,
Scarf
no. This isn't Celeste versus Scarf. This is wizards versus dragons now. Are you on the side of the wizards? This
that's not too broad a question.
Is it too challenging?
It is too challenging. Because where are we? Are we in, on the Halcyon Fold? Because the only dragon I know of is Scarf. So I might as well do Scarf versus Celeste.
Well,
but
in terms of...
somewhere else, different.
Well, I was mostly just trying to get your opinion on scarves versus wizards. No, but in terms of the matchup, it's quite even. There's a lot of poke, there's a lot of wave clear. As Kali does take a lot of harass right now.
One more Spitfire might be enough to secure the kill. Yeah, it is. PT Lamb. Well, we've decided now, haven't we?
Well, there we go. It's settled. Dragons versus wizards. So Scarf actually being able to pick that one up. I think Great Kali underestimated the damage a bit. I know I certainly did. I was not expecting that sort of burst to come out from Snow Tsunami right there. Is now Net Tetwile. That's the next focus.
Upfire coming in here, though, does put down some good damage onto Sasuke. I think probably what happened there is Great Kali was like, I think Wizards beat Dragons, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. And then he got wrecked. But we don't need to rely on our opinions and perspectives, which are, you know, inherently biased. We can use the...
Alright, we just quickly continue here to cast. Haven't casted for a while, so I am Blueberries, just that you know who is casting. And in the meantime, gold is pretty much even. The Great Kali here trying to get back into the game here. And actually, we have our casters back, so guys, take it away.
Right, I wasn't aware that we were gone, but we're back now. Hopefully people heard our diatribe about dragons and wizards, but I have a feeling it got missed. Maybe that's a good thing.
Maybe that is a good thing. So, Action Jackson, run us through the current state of the game.
All right. For anything that has been missed, it is 1-0 in favor of Snow Tsunami right now, but the gold is, of course, very close. You don't get a great deal off the back of that first kill. And everything else is pretty close, too. I mean, we're looking at 50 farm to 48 up in the lane, 30 to 31 in the jungle. It's about as even Stevens as it gets.
Yeah, and both compositions are very scale-orientated. We've already talked very much about this Celeste versus Scarf matchup and how both very good at poke, very good at wave clear. The biggest difference really is going to be this double stun that Rebirth of Empire do have available to them. So in terms of the engagements, I imagine they're going to be looking to put all of their focus down onto PT Lamb, very similar to what we saw in the last game, where if you shut down Scarf very early on, and you don't allow Look at Me to stack up those breaking point stacks, then it's going to be great. Great Kali gets stunned up.
That was a really nice from Hell's Heart. It went very far. That's going to be the smite going down, but it's not quite enough damage. Look at Me needs to be careful. He's taking a lot from the turret. Here comes Upfire. He wants to go and finds it with that lunge. Very nice turnaround by Rebirth of Empire. They find themselves their first kill of the game.
Yeah, they certainly do, and what a great way to get it as well. Look at Me. A bit too much underneath the tower, but Upfire with the very nice response with the Black Feather, using his A ability to close the gap and secure himself that first kill for the side of Rebirth of Empire. So even Stevens right now, both early, late game compositions, very, very even, and both of them ramping up as time goes by. Very unfortunate for Great Kali that he didn't actually have his Solar Storm there, because I think he would have quite enjoyed getting that long-range snipe and securing himself a kill.
Yeah, it would have been score 2 for the Dragons versus Wizards, but it didn't pan out. That said, with the burn damage on Great Kali right now, he does have to be careful. Net-Tet Toilette as well, taking a decent chunk of damage. We're not seeing a great deal of pressure coming out of Look at Me or Upfire. Both of these guys scale so well that they're taking their time and really focusing on farming. But here we go. Snow Tsunami, they want to pick up this gold mine. Net-Tet Toilette trying to get in the way of that. Upfire comes in as well. Rose offensive. It does go the way of Snow Tsunami, and they're able to back out. Unfortunately for the side of Rebirth of Empire, that snipe from Celeste did not pan out.
No, it certainly didn't. Very unfortunate for Great Kali, but the damage that he did already from Solar Storm pretty strong. It just wasn't quite enough for them to guarantee themselves any kills. But you saw right there the strength of Smite in terms of taking the gold miner. Getting all those stacks up is a very easy way to burst down the last bit of health that any of those major objectives have, and it's just a great way to secure that one for yourself. So smart play from Snow Tsunami to secure themselves that, and they're going to get a lot of control as well as a lot of gold off of the early game, but still very, very close game between the two teams. And we keep harping on about how both teams are very scaly and how they're going to take a little while to ramp up. And the reason I want to bring this to our attention again is simply due to the very early Eve of Harvest that we see coming out from Great Kali. We saw this earlier from a Scarf in the Media Pixel game, and I think that we can both agree that it's largely down to poke. when teams are taking a lot of poke, they tend to prioritize more of this sustain because they want to manage it and they want to deal with it whenever both the teams are squaring up against each other.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that one. I think, though, I have to mention one thing, which is that Snow Tsunami are definitely the scalier team by virtue of having Scarf on their lineup, right? Because he's got scales.
I wasn't sure where you were going with that one, but then you did it, and I was like, I wasn't expecting that. Well played. I'll give you a point for that. 2-0 to the Dragons.
All right. Okay, so we can actually gain them point too. It's not just about.
Oh yeah, definitely. We can gain them points.
Right.
Twitch chat can gain them points, but yeah, everybody can gain them points in this argument.
Someone's gonna have to be keeping score on Twitch. I'm not gonna try and deal with that. No, it's not worth.
But still, that was a great one. Very impressive stuff.
All right, well, back to serious mode casting for a second. It is very even again, and I know we keep bringing it up, but it's worth bringing up given the fact that, with this gold mine and some of the advantages that Snow have been able to accrue for themselves, they haven't been able to find that much. And one thing that I think is kind of funny and worth touching on is that it seems like having a good early game is just a curse. Like, if I was playing right now in the VGL and I was in Snow Tsunami's position, I'd be like, darn it, we shouldn't have taken the gold mine. Now we're ahead. Now we're going to lose.
Yeah, the curse of the comebacks, I feel, is the motto for Europe. If nothing else, that's what always happened. But we saw from Media Pixel earlier how good they were at closing out the game. And it's just smart use of the Kraken. When you have these late scaling compositions, knowing how to take advantage of the power of the Kraken really differentiates the good teams from the great ones. And I think as the game progresses and as the teams develop over time, learning how to use the Kraken to close out these games is going to be very, very important. But as the game is quite slow right now, I want to use this as an opportunity to once again talk a little bit more about the teams, because we've learned quite a lot from Game 1, and I think that we can both agree that Snow Tsunami really know how to take advantage of a lead once they've got it. Because they were behind last game quite a lot, and then they get one really good fight, and then all of a sudden they know exactly how they need to play these team fights. It's almost like they were struggling. They were like, we don't know what to do. We're getting caught out. We're falling apart. And then they get that one good team fight, and they're like, right, we know what we need to do. These are our win conditions. Let's take advantage of them. And then all of a sudden they run away with the game.
Here we go, though. Look at Me is going to be caught out a little bit. Sasuke trying to be that frontline for his team, gauntleting towards the gold miner, using that fourth member to help them out. Here comes a great from Hell's Heart. That buys time for PT Lamb to kite back a little bit. But I feel like Snow Tsunami are still in a tough spot. Turning this fight around is going to be difficult. Here comes a Solar Storm, too. Sasuke barely gets out of that one. Everyone on extremely low health values here. The Heliogenesis over the wall was very nearly the opposite of Genesis for PT Lamb. Genesis being the beginning. It was nearly his end. It was a bit of a reach.
Bit of a reach. Anyway, moving swiftly on. The great term of that fight, or the great setup in that fight, was Sasuke once again playing around the gold miner. He dropped that minion candy down. He said, yo, bro, we need a bit of assistance, and he helped them out very, very much so. Even though things looked very, very bad for Snow Tsunami, their positioning was not great. You saw how quickly PT Lamb was forced out of the fight because it was very easy for Upfire to get on top of him and do the damage down with that Sora Blade that he'd picked up. So the positioning for Snow Tsunami was not ideal, but all credit down to the gold miner. The help that he provided was absolutely monumental, and off the back of that, Rebirth of Empire weren't even able to secure it. So I think Snow Tsunami can be pretty happy that they came out with their lives in that situation.
I have to agree with you. I was not expecting them to be able to get away, to be honest. They were in a very tough spot, and pretty much everything landed for Rebirth of Empire. They just weren't in position to actually make it pan out. NetTet Toilette is going to take a bit of poke here, but both these teams, I mean, they find good damage, good initiations, but they can't actually finish them. They can't finish these fights and actually get any kills, and it's a tough spot to be in, but they need to scale a bit more. Great Kali, though, collapsed on. No smite coming out of Look at Me just yet, actually. He didn't have it on cooldown there, or maybe he burned it a little bit early. Either way, it didn't do a great deal of damage. Now it's Snow Tsunami's turn to really poke out Rebirth and start pressuring them.
Yeah, this is where you'll start to see the Eve of Harvest coming into effect for Great Kali. Unfortunately, he has run out of energy, so back away. But now we're looking at the siege that comes out from the Scarf pick. The constant poke that's going to be coming down, and the wave clear available means that they're going to be very easily able to pick up that first turret of the game. Well played, well executed from the side of Snow Tsunami to use that siege potential that they have available.
Yeah, and this is the first big thing that they've been able to take for quite some time, even with the advantage that we were mentioning they had earlier. So they are in a good position, but at the same time, as I said earlier, you can never be complacent in Vainglory. This is a game of swings, less so roundabouts, but definitely swings. So,
are you sure that's not just Europe rather than Vainglory? Because I feel like Europe has a tendency to make the games very swingy.
Over in North America, barring a few states, they don't have roundabouts. I mean, they have swings, though.
So it's clearly just a European thing. We're too used to going in circles.
Yeah, I think so.
But have a look at the items being picked up now. Broken Myth as well as Eve of Harvest. Great Carly, Breaking Point as well as the Sorrow Blade done for Upfire, and these are the 2 item power spikes that we keep harping on about throughout the series, and seeing more and more of these late scaling compositions, it's going to be more and more relevant throughout this tournament. But we are going to be jumping to a very quick pause, so we're going to hand it back to the guys on the desk.
Yeah, thank you very much, and yeah, we just saw here PT Lam trying to tell us something with that backport, and Sosiska not moving for a while, so we give them another pause here just to make sure Sosiska can reconnect to the game. And there was a little bit of pre-information from their team captain, team manager, Look at Me, who was actually saying, yeah, there is some kind of bad connection from our end, so we try to fix it, but we can't promise anything. So unfortunately, it occurs from time to time here, and hopefully not too often. And just waiting here, since this is such a head-to-head match here from Snow versus the German guys here, the second placed team from the Autumn Life Championships here from Katowice. It is Rebirth of Empire, so they are pretty much here on their edge. They have to fight this out, and I'm very excited. The gold miner, as we can see, it's a little bit grayish. We're over 50%, so that's the current status. The gold is almost even. I mean, 2.5k behind after 14 minutes. Not too bad. I'm excited, and I want to ask Rome, just by looking here at the first 14-15 minutes, what do you think? Is that match going as good for Rebirth as you think it should be, or could it be a bit better?
Looking at the item build so far, like we see how Arden was able to prioritize getting that early Atlas, and although this is a very good choice and idea, what they're going to have to do is, because both teams are very, they're scaling into the late game really well, what they have to do is watch their positioning. Because with Blackfeather, for example, and using that Rose offensive, he's able to get in between the enemy back lines, and he's able to do it in very decent style. He's quick to go in, and pretty much no one can stop him. And this is what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to be able to split up this Cruel and this Scarf. But in terms of positioning wise, the Arden is going to have to be able to put himself in a position where he's able to assist both of the carries. So being in the middle of both of them is going to be really good for them. But on the other side, we have Catherine here, and the Catherine has to be able to also position himself next to the Celeste. Being able to lock down this Cruel and using that Alice helps him out really well. How the two teams engage these oncoming fights later on is going to be dependent on who has vision first and who decides to instigate first. The poke damage coming out of both of these mages is going to make is pretty much going to instigate these fights. Whichever team gets better off the pokes, getting off more damage in the early before a fight actually starts, is the team that's going to probably initiate.
Yep.
So coming out of them, we expect it's a very balanced game so far, and we can see that it could go any other way. How they encourage this, I do like how Snow Tsunami is executing their fights though, so I do think they're going to win.
Alright, thanks for your thoughts. We are going to unpause the game, seeing if Sosiska is moving again. Hopefully he does. Unfortunately, he is not, so we will contact... Oh, he is! Good. All right, casters, take it away.
All right, we're back on the fold, ladies and gentlemen. It is still 1-for-1 between these two teams, but about a 3,000 gold, or rather 2,500 gold lead has developed for the side of Snow Tsunami. That's the state of the game. What's the state of my co-caster? Vedius, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, but I just realized something that we haven't touched on that Blueberries actually touched on, is that Rebirth of Empire were actually the 2nd seed out of the live championships in Europe. And already losing the first game is very surprising. There's a fight kicking off.
That is a lot of stacks on 2 members. Look at me. He hasn't actually had a chance to smite, though. The stun comes out. There's the Dragon's Breath from PT Lamb, but right before falling, the Solar Storm comes out of the Great Kali. Can PT Lamb kite this one back? Up fire. The Vanguard. He gets the kill. Oh, man, that is crazy. Snow Tsunami are able to kite back for just long enough. Sasuke, he might be lagging, but if he's lagging, I wish I could play like he plays when he's lagging.
Oh, that was so good from Sasuke. I can't believe the clutch Vanguard to keep them long enough to then get the kite back, get the damage down, and secure the teamfight victory for Snow Tsunami. What a great way to come back off of a pause. Wow, what a fantastic team fight. Look at me, looked really rough at the start. I mean, as you said, he didn't even get a chance to get the smite down, and I'm thinking, oh no, this is it, this is really bad. But then all of a sudden, Snow Tsunami, Sasuke, great fight.
Kali, oh, that was actually very close, but now he's put himself in a bad position. You can see the poke coming out of PT Lamb. Look at me, right in the middle of everyone. He gets the smite this time, but PT Lamb, he's got to kite back again. Can Sasuke keep him healthy? Up fire. He's got more items this time. There's the Vanguard. He finds the kill again. PT Lamb is untouchable in these fights. Net-Tet Toilette, he gets slowed up by the Dragon's Breath, but it's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, this Kraken is just lumbering towards the enemy base. Snow Tsunami, they're in a great position.
So Snow Tsunami, they execute these team fights perfectly. So Siska just doing a great job of providing the necessary peel to keep PT Lamb alive. They have the Kraken, they're looking to set up the sieges to crack the base of Rebirth of Empire, and they are doing a great job so far.
They really are. However, this is what I wanted to see from them. They're just there. They're allowing the Kraken to just do its thing, and they're backing off, and they're playing it safe. I've had enough of these ridiculous comebacks, Vedius. I mean, they're happening so frequently. It's because people aggress too much with the Kraken. They bite off more than they can chew. They think that they can make something happen when they can't. Snow Tsunami, they play it safe. They back up. They take the advantage that they've accrued, and they're going to just roll with it slowly. They're not going to overextend here.
And this is what I was talking about. The difference between a good team and a great team is the ability to close out games. And knowing how to effectively use the Kraken is one of those deciding factors. And you saw it right there. They decided that rather than overcommit with the Kraken, they'll just give away the 500 gold. They already know they're in the lead. They know they have the item advantage. And they know at this point that they can take these team fights if they position well. So they don't need to overcommit with the Kraken. They can just look for another engagement. They can look to use the minions, and they can close out the game that way. I wouldn't be surprised for them to wait for the next Kraken before they try and close things out. But in the meantime, they're going to look to just get a little bit more control over Rebirth of Empire's jungle.
Oh, here we go. Look at me and Sasuke both running in here. Sasuke holding on to this gauntlet for now. Look at me. He gets burst a lot. There's a Vanguard onto him. Solar Storm only barely connects with PT Lamb. Look at me, still alive. He gets a great smite down. He is still managing to sustain in the back of this fight. Just dueling with Net-Tet Toilette. Upfire can't find a good target. There's the shield. Everyone falls. It's an ace for Snow Tsunami. And they're going to be closing this series out 2-4-0. That's 2 2-for-0s we've had so far tonight, and 2 teams moving forward to the semifinals.
What a way to close out the game as well. Credit once again to Sasisk with that phenomenal gauntlet. He managed to stun up Great Kali, who is just sitting on the sidelines getting a huge amount of poke down. And with him stunned up, with him being unable to contribute in the fight, then they could just concentrate all of their efforts to shutting down Upfire, shutting down Rebirth of Empire, taking the ace and closing out the game. Sasiska, I really want to give this guy MVP of this game due to how well he played Arden in this match.
Definitely. What we noticed this game, and like how I mentioned that before the match even started, was with the similarities and the strengths coming out of both the compositions on these two teams, it's gonna end up to being how able to distinguish how well this Arden throws down that gauntlet. And we saw it time and time over again this last match. When he threw down that gauntlet, they were able to lock out the other heroes, jumping on top of Upfire and Great Khali, and they executed it so well. This was like something that was missing from the first match when Rebirth of Empire ran the same comp. They when they were spreading out their team composition, they were making sure that when the Cruel dives in, their Scarf has to be able to position himself where he's able to do that damage instead of cutting backwards and taking too much aggression. So one of my favorites coming into this tournament, and they're moving on to the next step. Snow Tsunami is going to be one of the beasts to be reckoned with. So what we have next for our third and upcoming match, we'll throw it to the guys in Blueberry's Donjon. Take it from there.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Rome, for the analysis. Congratulations, of course, here to Snow moving into next week's semi-finals here. We're gonna take a look at the semi-final bracket later on, and we have a great match upcoming, which is another seed number 1 versus seed number 2, as we have said earlier at the beginning of the show, that all matches in the end here of the quarterfinals, in the end of each bracket, where we determine the winner of each of the 4 brackets, which means we go into the semi-finals. They are all seed 1 versus seed number 2, and let's take a look at what we are going to see next. Rebel Tiger versus G2 Kinguin 2. And we have seen that G2 Kinguin 2 is actually seeded higher than the first team, so this is interesting. They have a top-notch roster here, and let's take a look at this here. Rebel Tiger versus G2 Kinguin. Majestic, we have talked about him yesterday. It is a former league player here, challenger player to be here exact, and transitioning into Vain Glory, catched by G2 Kinguin together with Pips here and Radix and Tisfaye. They are actually showing some good games so far. Rebel Tiger, they do the same. Unfortunately, we didn't have the honor to show them, I think especially that roster, as much as we would like to have to, but I would like to throw it to Rome. This top match here, another quarterfinals, as it can't be better. What do you think here about the two teams and their strength and weakness?
So let's take a look at Rebel Tiger first. And this is a team that we've seen time and time over again play in previous qualifiers. The thing about them is I noticed that they were probably one of the first teams to be starting to run that lane glaive. And with Green Hornet on the team, you can expect like quite a different terms of strategies and where they use off-meta heroes, and they executed it really well. But the thing with Rebel Tiger here is I do see that they have like a good comfort zone in terms of who they choose into their comfort picks. And I think with such an experienced lineup coming out of Redix on G2 Kinguin 2, they're going to be able to draft around this. And throwing it with that the jungle duo in Majestic and Pips, we've seen how excellent they're being able to execute that jungle, applying that early game pressure, making those transitions into the lane, affecting the laning phase for the enemy teams. With today, their draft pick, I have a big feeling that G2 Kinguin 2 is going to come out ahead in the draft pick, and I have a feeling that it's going to show into this game. What Rebel Tiger needs to do is, I hope they were planning overnight yesterday, making sure that they come into this with a plan. Looking at like previous G2 Kinguin games, they did specifically like pick a lot of heroes where their laner was a range carry that would always position himself in the back line. So knowing this ahead of time, you would want to grab somebody that's able to dive really deep. Black Feather would be really good. Even a weapon Jewel would be awesome in this scenario. Just to be able to get back there and unleash that damage. If they're going to be playing compositions where they have to kite back a lot, they're going to be using Glaive to help peel and not being aggressive enough, I think G2 Kinguin 2 is going to punish them.
Alright, we will see about that after we see the bans and of course the draft, which is so important as we have seen here at VGL. So Arden and Vox are banned. What does that mean in terms of how can both teams here build their compilation?
So with G2 banning out this Vox, I'm assuming that they're going to run a composition that they've been doing over and over again, and that was throwing Redix onto their Scarf. And then out of the jungle, we're going to either see them trying to pick up another Kestrel like they played yesterday or a Blackfeather. Because we know how what Majestic is. He's great at landing skill shots, and he's great with his positioning. So with these two heroes, I think it's going to help them out a lot, and it's something that they're very comfortable with. They've been running it a lot in this tournament, and they've been doing extremely well.
Alright, so the first pick from Rebel Tiger is coming up, and that is no one else than Catherine, which is a passive opening here of the draft. Rome giving here the opportunity for G2 Kinguin picking Finn and Scarf into that Catherine. Well, what do you think about that?
With this Catherine as that first pick, they were probably opening it up, making sure that they're able to grab a hero that can initiate, like what I said before. They need a composition that's able to dive really deep and not play too passively, cutting backwards. So Catherine is actually a really good start for them. But how well they use this Catherine to start out with that stun and following up with the silence, it's going to be determining how well they scale into this mid game. With Scarf and Finn, on the other hand, we've seen a lot of Redix playing this Scarf, and we see his positioning really well. Finn is probably one of the greatest counters towards this Catherine and towards the compositions that are built around Catherine. However, I would probably have left that Finn for the last pick instead of securing him first.
Alright, Rebel Tiger now able to pick 2, which is Celeste together with Glaive, and G2 Kinguin is going for their final pick, Blackfeather. So what do you think about Catherine, Celeste and Glaive versus Blackfeather, Finn and Scarf?
So we have on the Rebel side here where they have Celeste, Glaive and Catherine. It's exactly what I said a bit earlier, where I didn't want them to choose a composition that they're so used to. Having this Glaive being able to afterburn backwards, helping out Peel, and this Catherine. So when these guys are diving in deep, their Celeste is either getting left in the back. But if they're playing too passively, then they're just going to keep cutting backwards against a Scarf, which is actually very dangerous. With that Finn using that Forced Accord, I have a feeling that they will get punished a couple times. So with the use of a Crucible is going to be very important on their end, and how well this Celeste is able to poke out. With Blackfeather on the other team and Scarf, this is the exact same thing for them, except they're going to be more aggressive. With Blackfeather, you're going to be diving down really deep. You're going to be using this Finn to be able to help mitigate the damage, standing far in the middle, buffing up this Scarf whenever possible. We're definitely going to be seeing a Warhorn out of them. And so what we're going to have to pay attention to this game is how well Scarf uses that positioning. If he gets caught out and dies first, I think the team fight might go over to Rebel. But if he's able to stay alive, then for sure they're going to win that team fight.
Thanks a lot for your pre-game analysis. We will see how this is going to turn out after a trailer, and then again, Action Jackson video is going to take it away.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
Welcome back, everyone, to the VGL Winter Qualifier, the first one. This is going to be the third quarterfinal game of the evening between Rebel Tiger and G2 Kinguin 2. It's going to be an awesome one. My name's Action Jackson. Joining me is Vedius. Yet again, let's get into this match.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so this is going to be the first time that we have actually had the honor of casting Rebel Tiger. Some of the names are quite familiar to me, but I'm looking forward to seeing how well they play and how they match up against this G2 Kinguin 2 lineup. Now, there are two G2 teams, and this is G2 Kinguin 2. Just to specify, we will be watching G2 Kinguin play later on. But right now, focusing on this game, we're already seeing both teams group up in the top lane as Pips might be looking for an aggressive play.
He is trying to find something here, only has Quibble available to him, though, as he is level 1, which is obviously not really even much of a crowd control skill until you overdrive it, where it becomes a stun, and then it becomes really threatening. So I'm excited to see some of these heroes that we haven't seen being played that much, at least in the quarterfinals, picked up in these teams. You know me, I'm a really big fan of the Finn. I like that they've picked that one up, and I think it's going to be great, of course, against the hard crowd control coming out from several members of Rebel Tigers. Who do you think are going to be the linchpins for both of these teams?
I think Pips, in all honesty. The forced accord is going to be absolutely massive, because I'm thinking back to a game. Oh, hang on, as Redix gets stunned up.
Look at this gank coming in. You got to be so afraid of a Glaive Catherine combo. First blood going over to Rebel Tiger. Very well executed by them.
Great stun combo right there, and I was going to get to that point, but they beat me to the punch. So I'm going to start off by saying the forced accord is great for catching the Celeste out of position, which we've seen in the past during the round of 16 and the round of 32, throwing that forced accord out, dragging in the squishier targets, and then deleting them before they even get a chance to fight is absolutely massive and imperative if you're going to be running this Finn. But on the other side, you have this stun combo, which is very easy to follow up with the Glaive and the Afterburn. So I like both compositions. It's simply going to be a matter of how well they can execute them.
I absolutely agree. Pip's spending a little bit more time in this lane than I was actually expecting, given that he doesn't have much engage potential just yet. But look at this. Moles, he's caught out a little bit. Majestic stacking up those heartbreaks onto him. Not going to be able to commit to that one. Green Hornet coming back from base might commit to him, though Majestic is not in a very good spot right now. Having to try and speed out. If you're the core collapse, Miles out of position, but it does not matter. Green Hornet is going to sting him and take the kill.
So Majestic with the overextension into the enemy jungle there. There was no need for him really to do that. Given how low mobility Pips is on this Finn in the early game, there is very little support he could provide. And typically, when you look at a Black Feather, you don't think early game damage, especially against the Glaive. So, not entirely sure why he decided to go for that, as we see more fighting up in the lane.
Redix thought that he had a chance to get a kill here, but unfortunately he is going to have to run away with his tail between his wings, because Green Hornet has joined up with the remaining members of the Tiger. See, the Scout Trap actually doing a decent chunk of damage there, so they do have to be careful. If Majestic were to roam back up towards his lane, maybe he could find something.
Just realized we have to give a point over to the Wizard in this game, because it is, in fact, Arc Lost in Space that actually has the advantage over Redix so far.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Having said that, though, Redix is extremely low right now. The gold mine did, I believe, hit him twice and just chunked him out in a big way. You can see both teams hovering around this bottom shop. Not going to go for anything just yet, though.
Nope. You saw how the G2 tried to go for the gold miner. They felt like they were in a position that ended up backfiring quite heavily, but they end up escaping their lives. No major losses on either side, so they're not going to be too disappointed with that. But having a look at the farm, Arc Lost in Space starting to develop quite a nice advantage up in the lane. I have to think that largely comes from the first kill that they were able to get onto Redix, but Arc Lost in Space already doing a fantastic job, and the amount of poke as well as the stun combo that a Celeste does provide is going to be very imperative in these next few engagements. So I'm looking forward to that. We keep hyping it on, but positioning is going to be integral as this next fight kicks off.
Look at the damage on the Green Hornet there, actually. Redix has hit a point with the 2 crystal bits he's accrued, where he is able to actually do a decent amount of poke, and also Pips there with a really nice polite company kept them in a position where Redix could do the poke. So a nice engagement by them. They're kind of stopping some of the aggression that the Tigers have been trying to put forth. But they are still a little bit behind by about 1,000 gold already at only 5.5 minutes. That gold mine pickup went without contest in favor of the Rebel Tigers.
Yeah, it certainly did. So far, Rebel Tigers have the positional advantage and are controlling the map just a little bit better than G2 are. But this is something that we see time and time again when you're running the Scarf Black Feather composition. It's very similar to the Scarf Krull that we've been seeing a lot of over here in Europe. And it just takes a while to ramp up, and all they're waiting for is that one great fight to really swing the game back in their favor once they've picked up those major items. The biggest thing for them is going to be about avoiding any big fights before they've got those big items. But Pips, with that forced accord, very easy for him to set up plays. And speaking of plays...
Redix! Oh man, Solar Storm not even required. Pips, though, thankfully unable to be knocked back by that Afterburn due to his heroic passive. Very nice work by him. That said, they could dive him if he's not careful. Look at the damage. I don't know why he turned around there. Big mistake from Pips.
Certainly was a massive mistake. I felt like he should have just backed away. There was little he was going to be able to contribute. Turret was also relatively healthy, and with Majestic coming in from the flank, I feel that was a big mistake and a free kill going over to the side of Rebel Tigers, so they're in full control of this early game.
This is the thing. I mean, yes, okay, G2K2, they've got a great scaling comp. So it's all right if they fall behind a little bit in the early. But you do not want to be giving away kills that you don't need to give away. And
Exactly.
Right there, we saw Pips doing just that. You know, yes, you're going to scale great, but not if the enemy team snowballs.
I completely
You've got
agree
to have
with you.
your wits about you.
You have to realize that you have the scaling composition and that it's going to take you a while to get to this point. And what that brings into question, or hang on, Green Hornet.
Majestic. Look at this. 2 stuns quickly coming through. Does put him in a bad spot. He's got Rose Offensive available and is able to get a little bit of distance, but is it enough? Malaise can't find the final blow to pick up that kill, but Tigers have done a great job of forcing G2K2 back a little bit here. Moles needs to be careful. Dragon's Breath coming out slows him up a little bit. We are seeing a slow roam down here from Arc Lost in Space, but is it going to be fast enough? Here comes Green Hornet. He's looking for Majestic. Doesn't go for the Afterburn just yet. Is going to turn around here. Maybe try and find something. Redix misses most of his damage. Forced accord onto 3, but that's a bad play. It actually hooks him right into Majestic. Moles, he's not going to go down here unless Redix can find the damage, which he might be able to do, but the shield's up. I think Moles is going to be able to get out of here. Oh no! Pips! What was that?
An unnecessary forced fight. While it looked like a beautiful play, Pips, yes, style points, you definitely earned them, but you did not earn favorite points from your main man Majestic because you set him up for failure. There was no way for him to follow up on that, given how low his health was. Speaking of low health, look at the poke coming down from Arc Lost in Space, going for this very early Broken Myth. You saw in that last engagement the Solar Storm did a huge amount of damage, and this G2 early game is not going well at all. We talked about it, and they just seem lost. They seem out of place, and this is a point that I wanted to bring up earlier. The synergy with this team could be a little bit off. Yes, they've done fantastic to get up to the quarterfinals, but I feel as though perhaps it's come off raw mechanical skill and better decision-making. But in terms of team cohesion and realizing your win conditions, it makes me wonder whether or not they've actually formed that with Redix coming back from the VIPL and these 2 new additions as another fight kicks off.
Yeah, we are seeing a decent amount of damage right off the bat from Tiger, but look at this. Redix in a great position to stay on the back line, putting out the damage. Moles is going to fall. Arc Lost in Space doesn't have Solar Storm available, but Green Hornet is going to find that killing blow. Redix has to be careful. 1 or 2 more Heliogenesis would be enough to take him down. He's going to be able to get out of the way. That was a 1-for-1 trade between the 2 teams. It could have been a lot worse for either.
It certainly could have been, but you have to give credit for Majestic to be able to pick up a kill in that situation, what looked like a very bad fight, especially considering how much poke Redix took at the start of it. They were able to end up with that 1-for-1, so not all bad for G2, but still, they shouldn't be going for these fights. They still need time to ramp up. They're not, I was going to say they're not doing that bad on farm, but if you actually compare the two, Redix is significantly behind Arc Lost in Space.
Yeah, he is behind by about 30, which is pretty significant given that a wave is, I think, 5 or 6 creeps. So that's like 5 waves. That is a tremendous amount if you actually look at it and frame it in that way. I feel like the pace of this game has just been too frenetic for G2K2 to really get their bearings. Right from the offset, there's been aggression coming out of the Tigers, and they've been playing to their strengths. G2K2 hasn't had a chance to breathe.
Yes, they certainly have not. But it's also been a massive part of them just misplaying. Them going for these plays that they really should not have been going for. A part of me feels like they're underestimating their opponents in Rebel Tigers, who have been taking advantage of this mispositioning and really running away from things. But I keep singing their praises, yet they're still unable to pick up any major objective other than the gold miner. So while they do have a healthy gold lead, it's the turrets that really matter in the game of Vainglory, because without taking those turrets down, you can't reach the Vein Crystal and you can't win the game. So as long as G2 can still hold on to these turrets and stall out the game, they've still got that massive comeback potential with that late scaling composition that they're running.
They definitely do, and without sounding like a broken record, I hope, this is something that happens frequently in the European qualifiers of VGL. There are comebacks basically every single day. Green Hornet leading the charge here, a bit far ahead of his team, actually. We might see one of those comebacks in just a moment here, but look at the Solar Storm. Does a decent amount of damage to Redix Majestic, but Majestic finds one. Pips, oh man, Redix actually goes down there to a snipe from Arc Lost in Space. Very nice trade, but I feel like trades are in the favor of G2K2, unless, whoa, Pips! What are you doing? Pips got popped.
He certainly did. Big mispositioning from Pips to give another free kill over to Arclost. He did not respect that Arclost was still hanging around, and he certainly did not respect the damage. You saw slight mispositioning from Redix because he actually sat underneath one of the second procs of the Heliogenesis. So when you put that first one down, and then you proc it with another one, the Supernova comes out, and you end up taking a lot of damage off the back of that, and that's exactly what happened to Redix. He ended up losing his life, and Arclost is doing so much work in this game. Level 12, completed the Broken Myth as well as the Eve of Harvest, doing so much damage, and is really being a massive facilitator as to why Rebel Tigers are coming out ahead in these fights.
I have to agree with you. I think he is basically the biggest source of damage at the moment for the side of Rebel Tiger. Majestic, he's caught out yet again. He keeps roaming into the jungle without proper support, without proper planning, without any good vision control. He is able to get out this time, but at a certain point, playing with fire and you're going to get burned. He needs to be aware of that and be very, very careful. One point I was trying to make earlier, but I was rudely interrupted by Pips with his unpolite company. Trades that are 1-for-1 can be very beneficial for G2K2 because they scale better. So that gold is worth more on them. But if you trade 2-for-1, things look a little bit different.
They certainly do. You can't afford to be giving that many kills away, especially with the advantages that you're able to gain off the back of that, because you gain so much control over the map simply due to the numbers advantage that you have. You can just walk into the enemy jungle as a... Oh, Force the Court lands on the Arclost.
That was an overdriven quibble as well. Arclost has been doing damage only for the end part of this fight, but it still doesn't even matter. Green Hornet is actually a very threatening presence in his own right. And another Supernova goes down onto Pips. Tremendous amounts of damage from him right now with the Broken Myth, Eve of Harvest, and Frostburn all completed. G2, they're pushing up here, but why? Redix, the core collapse comes down onto him. Majestic is very low as well. Can Arc Lost in Space find this? There's a quibble. Pips stuns him up, but on the backside, Redix is going to go down. We actually saw Arc Lost in Space snipe out Majestic at the end of that fight too. I don't understand these engagements. I really, really don't. Pips, he actually walks up away from his turret, knowing that Rebel Tiger are in the jungle behind him, and he goes down. That's an ace now for Rebel Tiger. They're going to start getting these objectives you were talking about.
Yep, they finally are, and this is simply due to Arc Lost just doing so much damage in these fights. The positioning is not great from the side of G2 Kingwin. They're not respecting the amount of damage that Rebel Tigers actually has, and even though they land a phenomenal Force Chord onto Arc Lost, the target focus just isn't there. Majestic is off on the side, fighting against Green Hornet and Moles, which meant that Arc Lost was absolutely fine. He could literally walk out of the Forster Chord that came out. Even with an overdriven quibble, it's still not enough to lock him down. He's at 3-0 and 8 right now, and that really demonstrates how well he's positioning. But on top of that, the poor focus that is coming out from the side of G2 Kinguin. And right now they're just losing their jungle, they're slowly losing control over the map, and this I think is actually one of the biggest gold leads that we've seen throughout the entire tournament so far.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was about to do some housekeeping. It's 12-2 in kills in favor of Rebel Tiger, and that has amounted to this massive gold deficit for G2K2. They're in a terrible position right now. The only saving grace is that now with the Kraken spawning, gold won't just be passively ticking over for the Tigers. But they've still got to worry about the Kraken going down. You need vision, you need flares. There aren't even any of those on Pips. Okay, he just picked one up. That was a good call. But you've got to be using them very proactively, or you're going to lose way too much leverage on the map.
And another thing I also want to make a note of, hang on, is Majestic does actually smartly check the brush with his on point. He gets the shield so he knows that there's an enemy hero in the brush. But what Rebel Tigers have done is, if you have a look at the minimap, you can see that they have taken away the enemy minion camp and they have not taken their own, which means that the minions will not automatically shove, but they will be harder to kill, which is why Reddix has struggled with the wave clear, because those minions have been so much tougher against hero damage. So, very smart play from Rebel Tigers, and now they're going to pick up the Kraken.
That was so quick, I didn't even notice it was happening until it was basically gone. I mean, this is the other thing with the minion mine situation. They kind of used it as bait. They said, look, you got to take this, because otherwise we're going to have too much pressure in the lane. But by going and taking that, they conceded the Kraken. So at this point, Rebel Tigers, they're looking to crack into the enemy base.
They certainly are. They have the poke to do it. They have the Kraken. And the simple fact of the matter is, Rebel Tigers have just straight up outplayed G2 Kinguin in this game. They've executed their composition perfectly, and while the game isn't over yet, given how things have gone so far, I feel as though Tigers are going to go for one big fight.
That was pretty big. There was a double overdriven Quibble as well. Majestic on the backline finds one. Moles is nearly dead. With Arc lost in space actually falling, this is huge for the side of G2K2. Majestic still wants to go for more. Going on to Green Hornet, finds the slow, but Afterburn's going to be up. In fact, it is up now. So even if he gets closer, I don't think he's going to find it. Whoa, Green Hornet. You could have just Afterburned away.
I think he wanted to try and knock Majestic under the turret, but it did not work out for him. And I don't know why I talk, AJ, because
what's the deal with these comebacks?
Every time I say something like, no, this is it, this is pretty much Rebel Tigers, they've executed their composition perfectly, there's no way, they've got the Kraken, they've got minion mines, this is pretty much just going to be a slow bleed out as they walk into the base and close out the... And then he gets a 3-man forced accord, and then they get collapsed upon. They finally shut down Arc Lost, and then with Arc Lost gone, a massive amount of damage is unavailable. But speaking of getting caught out...
Yeah, that was a very quick kill on a Majestic. He didn't even have a chance to realize what was going on. There's a Crucible now on Moles. I'd like to think that that forced accord situation would not happen again off the back of that. You know, I think... Up until this point, and it was recently that Crucible was picked up, I imagine that what was going through Rebel Tigers' heads is what's going through my head every time I play a ranked game at sort of the low ranking that I'm at, because I don't have a chance to play that much. I just crush someone, and I'm like, I don't need a reflex block. I don't need a Crucible. And then I really do later on. So thankfully they've picked it up finally. They should be able to avoid that kind of a fight again. But I mean, there's now a glimmer of hope, I suppose, for the side of G2K2. They do have a great late game comp. The Kraken is not available for a while. Maybe they can come back on this one.
It wouldn't surprise me. That is what... I'm just going to be honest, that wouldn't even slightly surprise me.
It's the expected result, guys.
It is unfortunately the expected. Not to like bash on EU, it's just that they've been doing it so well. The late game compositions, just finding the right fights, has been what EU has been so good at. And they struggle, teams will struggle and struggle and struggle, and then they get the great fight that they need, and then they swing things back, and then they run away with the game. And it's super exciting to watch, and I'm really happy ever since this comeback mechanic has come in, because it just comes back to what I was saying earlier. This differentiates the good teams from the great ones. You have to learn how to properly close out games. As Pip starts another fight.
He just walks into the bush for the face check. Majestic gets knocked back. Solo Storm is huge onto Pips and Redix. Here comes the Dragon's Breath, though. The Forced Accord onto 3. They're all right in the middle of the Dragon's Breath. But Redix, he is collapsed upon. You don't want to hook people into your carries. It saved Majestic, but will it be enough for G2K2 to win this fight? You can see they are having to turn and run here. They've got to be careful. They've got to use Redix to kite back. This is crazy. I mean, it really, like, past a certain point, I expect to be talking about these comebacks and then it not to happen. But it always does. It always does.
Well, they haven't got the comeback yet because that fight was still a 1-for-1, so neither team really got a major advantage off the back of that. The biggest thing that for Rebel Tiger, is that they actually have a minion wave pushing into the enemy base because they have the 2 minion miners. It makes it very difficult. Oh, actually, they've caught out Redix.
Oh, wow. That was a crazy prediction on the core collapse coming out of Arc Lost in Space. There's a silence from Moles as well. We've got Green Hornet from base. G2K2, they went way too deep onto the enemy side of the map. The Kraken is up again. Rebel Tigers, they're in a good spot. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. I'm surprised they didn't decide to go for the Kraken. Given how long the death timers are, though, they may very well look to close the game. But massive credit to Arc Lost and Moles for actually preventing the lineup of G2 from going back to base and preventing those minions from setting up the siege. The Forster Core comes out. This could be the final fight.
It does hook them a little bit closer to the turret so they can get there faster and start doing damage. I admire the effort, though. Pips trying desperately to defend this one. Polite Company comes out, but both the turrets are down. Arc Lost in space. He gets stunned up. Majestic's up in 1 second, but the Vein Crystal is going to go down. G2K2 cannot defend, and Rebel Tiger take themselves the first game in this series.
So, very close game in the end between the two teams. Even though the gold and the scores did not look like it, one great fight from G2 at the very end with a 3-man Forced Accord almost brought them back into the game to the point that maybe they could have secured themselves a victory, but one great outplay from Rebel Tigers preventing G2 Redix and Majestic from going back secures themselves the victory, and they take game 1 of this best-of-3 series.
All right, well, let's pass it over to Rome for a little bit more analysis there. That was one of the few games where we haven't seen a comeback. What went so right for Rebel Tigers that they were able to accomplish that?
The star player coming out as a match between the two teams will have to be Moles. Like, what we noticed from him was something like, I spoke about this a bit earlier, and how you're using this Catherine to instigate and to be pushing up that early game advantage instead of using her to kite. And that's exactly what he did really well. We see all those setup stuns early in the jungle. With Green Hornet, they were able to push that pressure to the lane, ganking up that lane, making their transitioning to the late game for their Celeste so easily. We saw that Celeste the whole game. Like, she was standing in the back, she was getting those assists, she was putting out that damage, but it was everybody in the front in terms of how Green Hornet played, how Moles played, setting up those stuns, setting up those silences. It was perfect execution coming out of them. For coming into this next game, it's like, what can G2 Kingwin 2 work on? Obviously, I think their composition this game overall it was a lot stronger, but the team play has to be based around, especially when you're using a Finn as a roamer, your team composition has to be built around that. Landing those Forced Accords at the proper time is probably like the best way to start. And we noticed with how Pips played Finn this last game, whenever he used that Forced Accord in the early game, it was either pulling in the wrong enemy heroes or he was pulling in everybody when they weren't supposed to get pulled in. And that costed him a lot. There was one time he threw a Forced Accord and Blackfeather died within 2 seconds. So playing around this hero and waiting out that Forced Accord to be able to help peel for that Scarf would actually be a wise decision, especially in the early game when they're weak. But coming into the second game, I think they're going to try and opt out for a more early jungle pressure composition running out of Majestic and Pips. But let's throw it on to Blueberries and Don John, and they'll get us through the draft.
Thank you very much, Rome, for your analysis once again, and I'd like to welcome almost 1,500 viewers here to Vainglory League Europe. It's the quarterfinals, and great matches happening at the moment, and are going to happen, I promise you that. G2 Kinguin now taking here Team A slot, having the right to ban first and to pick first, and Rebel Tiger is the red team playing from the right side now to the left. Going into this draft now with the opportunity here to ban and pick first, what do you think, Rom? What should be here the ideal strategy from the team which just lost the first match?
On the side of G2 Kinguin 2 is they have to know their opponents. And I did mention this a slight bit earlier, but looking on the other team, Green Hornet is playing his favorite hero in terms of a carry. And he's very well known for this glaive. So banning out a glaive in this instance will actually not be such a bad idea, especially when you're a team that is built around compositions that where Redix is playing a lot of mages in the lane. It's really good for them because without that without that trouble in the laning phase, if they weren't to have a glaive, it would make his life so much easier.
So let's have a look at the first ban here coming in from G2 with a Sky, and on the other hand side, what do we have? It is a Kestrel. What do you think about that, Rom?
I really have to agree with how Rebel Tiger picked out their ban this game. Like what I was suggesting for G2 Kinguin 2 is to secure a very strong jungle composition in the early game. And ideally in mind, I would like them to have gotten this Kestrel if Rebel Tiger wasn't to ban her. So what they have to do now is they have to put Majestic on another hero, but one that he's able to very control the pace of the game, the flow of the game into the mid game. Getting an early game composition out of them will really help. And to follow that up, if Pips was to be able to secure an Adagio, Catherine, or an Arden, it would really help out their team composition overall.
Just a quick side note on to the rosters. Actually, the Rebel Tigers did sub in a new player. They kicked out Mosalze and got Lure in. Lure is a Pinnacle Gold player. At least he's in winter season right now, Pinnacle Gold. And following that up, G2 Kinguin with their first pick, which is Arden. I believe you already talked about that. And then we do have Adagio and Vox for Rebel Tigers.
What are your thoughts on Adagio and Vox here from Rebel Tiger, picking those two into that passive start from G2 with Arden opening the draft here?
I actually really like this Adagio pick alongside with the Vox, and we saw how much damage that the team previous to this actually played it out. With Adagio, if you're able to build a more hybrid composition, especially even if you're playing in the roam, if you're building Crystal in the early game, as long as you have a melee partner in that jungle, you're able to stand in the back, making sure that you do have a lot of flares out, because you never want to stand in the front considering how squishy you are. If you're able to build up a lot of CP damage, you'll see later on how much this Vox will be able to take on the enemy team, even if it is a 1v3. All they have to do is maybe they want to secure as their last pick a Finn would be really good in this scenario, and it'll actually put this Adagio into the jungle position.
All right, so let's see. After the Adagio and Vox, now it is up to G2 Kinguin here, going to continue with their two picks, and we do see here Radix calling out Arden, Koshka, Ringo. That comp worked out yesterday very well, and now it's pretty much up to Rebel Tiger. They are going for that Finn, and what do you think here? I call it kind of like old school comp Arden, Koshka, Ringo versus Finn, Vox, and Adagio. What do you think just by looking at the comps?
With this composition into this late game, I do have to favor the side of Rebel Tiger, just because there's so much going to be coming out of this Vox. And with Finn being able to use Polite Company, with the Dajio using those heals and those buffs, as long as Finn is able to use that Force the Court and grab this Ringo out of position, this Vox will delete their entire team. But on the side of G2 Kinguin 2, they have an extremely dominant early game composition where Ringo can outpush that the lane, and if he's able to rotate down, going especially pushing over and rotating down through the opponent's lane brush, he's able to come down and help take out this Adagio because Koshka is great in the jungle. We know that. But when she jumps on Adagio, considering all the buffs and heals that are coming out, especially that slow on both Adagio and Finn, she does have quite a bit of tough time to actually stutter stepping against this Adagio, making sure her abilities are always connecting. So outplaying in the jungle is what's going to really count, and we're going to see if it's between Adagio or Koshka that determines who wins this game.
Alright, that being said, we are loading onto the fold and we will throw it to the casters in just a second. Action Jackson and Vedius, take it away into the second match of the quarterfinals, G2 Kinguin versus Rebel Tiger.
All right, let's get on with this one. I'm looking forward to it. Last game, we certainly saw a very strong performance coming out of the Rebel Tigers. Honestly, I don't think it's necessarily a huge upset because at this point, you know, there are a lot of very strong teams left. Obviously, it's the quarterfinals. But I was really expecting G2K2 to have a strong showing, and I would not have described that previous game as a particularly strong showing. I mean, Redix, he recently got back from Korea.
Yeah, he did. You'd imagine that for all that experience gained from the VIPL would be beneficial to how they played in this matchup, but did not seem to work out from them, and even though they got a good fights, they decided they weren't able to make it work. But this time they've said, right, enough of the late scaling compositions, we're going to go hyper early game. They have the Ringo, they have the Koshka, and they're all about making those plays. But we also do see from Rebel Tigers actually them starting up a fight.
Green Hornet, though, with the heal, is keeping himself pretty healthy, doing a lot of bonus damage to Majestic. Pips wants to turn this one around. Here comes Redix as well onto Green Hornet. He is so low, but he just keeps healing himself. Majestic finds it, and with the speed boost, he's going to be able to walk away from Lore. So it looks like a very nice early game start from G2. Oh, Lore, he might be looking for a quibble here, though. You got to be careful if you are on the side of G2. Majestic could get bursted out. The quibble, where was that going? Whoa! That was not the right direction. Green Hornet, he's trying to come in here, maybe deal with that a little bit, but I don't think he's going to be able to close the distance. A nice early game start for G2K2.
And this is what you'd expect with the composition that they're running. Pips is even able to get the steal off of the healing camp. And so G2 really making the most out of the composition that they have. It was looking a little bit sketchy when they were going for that 2 versus 2 against the Adagio and the Finn. But thanks to the nice rotation that came down from Redix, getting the small amount of poke down onto Green Hornet was enough for Majestic to then secure himself the kill, and off the back of that they continue their aggression, knowing that they have the level advantage and the amount of early game damage that they have secured them that second kill onto Lure. So great stuff from G2 in this early game. The question is, can they maintain it?
It is a good question, too, especially given that we've got a pretty potent late game on the side of Rebel Tigers with the Vox, with the Adagio, with the Finn, too, I would argue. They are going to be ramping up as this game progresses. But this is one of the things. I feel like Green Hornet and Lore, although they were doing good in the 2 versus 2, should have known that they needed to back away, just like Arc Lost in Space needs to back away right now. Look at this Majestic, though, getting engaged upon. Pips comes in from the side. Green Hornet, the heal isn't strong enough, and he's going to go down yet again. Majestic playing his role perfectly. Redix on the top side nearly falls to Arc Lost in Space, though. Lore, he has no easy way out of this one. He is super slow moving. Just because you can't get crowd controlled doesn't mean that you can get away from all these sticky situations. He is going to go down. Majestic 4-0, 3 minutes into the game.
Great stuff from Majestic, using the movement speed boost to stick on top of Lure, preventing him from being able to escape right there. And it's simply a matter of G2 using their ability to stick to targets and the early game damage that they have available to them. I don't want to keep harping on about it because I feel like we've beaten it to death right now. They have the early game comp and they're using it proficiently. So great stuff from them. And I'm very impressed that even after a very tough game one, G2K2 have found a way to come back into this, and they're still looking strong. But the biggest question is, one that I have already asked, can they maintain it and how can they close out the games? Because we've seen the number of comebacks that happen in Europe right now, and a great team is one that can easily close things out. So this is going to be the ultimate question for G2. With the lead, how can they use it and how can they close out the game?
I think, first of all, with the gold mine being still available, forcing a fight around that would be good for them. You know, they have the advantage in these earlier fights, so why not take it? But if they don't do it soon enough, and specifically before Green Hornet hits 6, I'd be a little worried for them. In fact, if they give it up, I'd be super worried for them. I don't... You're in the lead. You should be fighting for these gold mines.
Yeah, you should, and it does surprise me that they've actually decided to give it away for free. Just demonstrates their poor vision control around that area of the map, and if you have a look at Pips' inventory, he doesn't even have scout traps on him, so he doesn't even have a flare either, so really surprising. It really does surprise me, this lack of vision, and here comes the Yummy Cannon Frenzy!
He does get the ultimate down onto Arc Lost in Space. There's some good damage onto him, but he's just able to dash out of there. That was so close. He's going to be able to recall. Maybe we'll see the gold mine taken back just for the vision, because when you don't buy any scout traps or flares, you need vision to come from somewhere. That would be a reasonable way to get it. But at the moment, they're not going for it.
Well, you do see Pips now picking himself up some scout traps. He's going to start dropping that vision down. They want to try and get a little bit more control around the gold mine. The question is, when are they going to go for it? Because they could just pick it up right now, but it is very risky. Obviously, with the early game composition that they do have, it could be an opportunity for them to force a fight. But do you really want to risk it when a 3 versus 4 in the instance of a minion candied up gold mine? It's very, very risky, and maybe they'll wait for a little bit longer when they can get themselves a bigger gold payout. So G2K2's decision making is going to be very impactful in this early game, and I keep harping on about it simply due to how important it is. So let's just do a bit of housekeeping in terms of the itemizations that they've picked up in the early game. No major items have been completed yet, but you can see from both the roamers going for very early Fountain of Renewals. Pretty standard from what we've seen so far, as Pips has found Green Hornet.
Oh, good reflex block. I'm very glad for him that he picked it up so early on into the game, because against Akashka, you absolutely need to. He is going to be able to get out of that one. You see all the members of Rebel Tigers and G2 hovering in this lane at the moment. Lure face checks the bush. Here's the heal coming out of Hornet. Verse of Judgment does not connect with anyone. Good opportunity for G2 to maybe even go for the gold mine without that big team fight ability available to the Rebel Tigers. Majestic, look at this. He keeps playing on the flanks, jumping over the wall. Hellfire Brew comes out. Hornet is so low. He's going to go down to Redix, but that has been a 1-for-1 trade so far. Can they find any more safely? It seems unlikely given the presence of the turret.
Well, Arc lost great positioning in that fight to still be able to get damage down onto the backline, so they end up trading 1-for-1. Majestic for Green Hornet. I don't think that Rebel Tigers are going to be too upset about that, because it's them the ones with the late game composition this time. And I think the biggest difference between last game and this game is it's G2 facilitating the aggression, rather than in the last game where they were the ones making the mistakes. And Rebel Tigers realize that it's not actually them being out of position, it's not them making these positional poor performances. It's actually just G2 being very proactive with their decision making and actively looking for these early game picks. So I still have a lot of faith that Rebel Tigers can pull this one back and can optimize their late scaling composition.
Well, here we go, though. Lure is taking a lot of upfront damage. Green Hornet does get catnip frenzied, and Redix takes down the kill. Where is Vox right now? Arc lost in space, got lost on his way to that fight, nowhere near. We do have a minion candied up gold mine, but this is an easy take for the side of G2.
Certainly is, and this is what I was talking about, proactive praise. They didn't even hesitate slightly to go for that play. The gauntlet immediately goes down, the yummy catnip frenzy follows it up, and it's simply a matter of cleanup for Redix and Majestic. Very well executed play, secures themselves the gold mine, and they're looking so much stronger in this early game.
They really are. I mean, 4 for 1 for 3 on Majestic right now. He's looking for more onto Green Hornet as we speak. Can he find it, though? Green Hornet just doesn't have the good enough sustain. Reflex block comes out. There's the heal. Can he get to the turret? He's got a health potion popped as well. He just makes it. Redix, he's come down to try and help out, but he doesn't have too much energy. It looks like they are going to be dissuaded from going for the fight. That's very encouraging for the side of Rebel Tigers that they were actually able to get away from a catch this time.
Fountain of Renewal doing a huge amount of work right there. Picking that one up early for Lure really did a lot of work, and you have to give credit to him. Nice itemization decision. His positioning as well, providing the amount of crowd control that was enough to keep Green Hornet alive, but it really shows how Green Hornet and Lure really have no more control over their jungle. But also, they are struggling simply due to the massive itemization differences. You can see Aftershock picked up for Majestic, as well as the Sorrow Blade for Redix.
Oh,
These are
wow.
big item spikes in the early game, which allow them to do a huge amount of damage.
Lure is not yet level 6, and it's nearly 10 minutes in. That is really, really not good. He does not have access. Okay, he just hit it. Finally, they have Forced Accord, but there's a reflex block on 2 of 3 members on the side of G2K2. It is going to have to be a really solid hook in order to start off a good fight for the Tigers. But given how aggressively G2K2 are positioning, he might be able to find someone, bring them under the turret, and get a kill that way.
That could be one option for them, but one thing I really want to mention is the likelihood of seeing a Crucible out of Pips this game. I think that it is really important against the Verse of Judgment as well as the Force that is available on the side of Rebel Tigers. Not going for it would be very, very risky and hurt your potential as Majestic picks himself up a solo kill onto Green Hornet. Catching Green Hornet out of position. I was singing their praises about Rebel Tiger not being out of position a lot, and there you go. Majestic just walks into the enemy jungle, picks up a very easy kill, level 10, Aftershocked up. Koshka, very easy secure.
Whoa! That was a lot of damage, but Pips was just in range to go for the Vanguard. He comes in and secures the getaway. Now Majestic trying to find Arc Lost in space. Sonic Zoom going to keep him safe for now. I really like this aggression coming out of G2K2. They are definitely playing to their strengths. But as the game gets longer and longer, can they continue doing that?
Well, this is the big question, really, because this composition does scale very well, but if you maintain a big enough gold gap, it doesn't matter, because you're going to reach your big items before the enemy will. The biggest question is how well they can set up these turrets and how well they can take them down, because there isn't that much siege available to them. Yes, they have the range from Redix, but a Ringo isn't exactly known for taking down towers, so it could be a little bit difficult for them. They really need to win a fight, get a large numbers advantage before they can look to take down these turrets. But it's really nice to see these early game compositions working out for teams, because we've seen so many late game comps, we've seen so many comebacks and the utilization of positioning, that simple raw aggression that we used to see a lot of back on 1.11 can still work in the meta.
It can, but you've got to be careful. Lure, he is a little overextended. They're able to get out. Obviously, not being able to be stunned is great at taking forward positions for scouting information and then just walking away. Redix has a lot of damage right now, and I want to bring it back to him for a second, because I think his build is actually quite interesting. He's gone for a Sar. Oh, no, he gets hooked under the turret. Verse of Judgment comes out. That's huge. That is exactly what Rebel Tigers needed to find for themselves. They want Majestic. They're going in here. The gauntlet from Pips comes down. There's a Yummy Catnip Frenzy, but a two-man Quibble with the overdrive stuns him out. Arc Lost in space. He can't kite. Green Hornet, he's low. The Vanguard keeps Majestic alive. The Quibble, is it going to be enough? He gets a shield, but it's not there. Majestic finds all 3 kills in that fight and picks up an ace for G2K2.
You gotta give massive credit once again to the goldmine pro that G2 needed to come out ahead in that fight, because it was looking so dicey for them. The fact that Redix got deleted before an actual fight even kicked off meant that G2 were really going to struggle to provide the damage that they needed, but thanks to the goldmine, he made up for the damage that they were lacking, and with another follow-up beautiful gauntlet coming out from Pips. It was a very nicely secured fight for G2. The way they executed that was just phenomenal. And again, it was simply a matter of the gold difference was too big. G2 have bigger spikes, they have stronger items, and that resulted in them coming out ahead in that exchange.
Ooh, Redix did nearly get hit by that polite company. Could have gone badly for him if it had landed, but he is going to be safe for now. G2K2, they are taking this very slow and steady, even though they have a big advantage, about 6.2k of an advantage, in fact. But they're trying to take their time. Lure caught out a little bit. Look at the upfront damage going right onto him. Green Hornet's heals are not really doing that much just yet.
No, they're not just yet. He doesn't have that much crystal power available to him. He's only got the Broken Myth, which, bit of a questionable decision, but he just wants to be doing the damage as he gets engaged onto.
He is going to heal himself. There's a reflex block. Majestic is not going to be able to find the kill, but Ringo gets it. Forced accord onto 2. Arc lost in space is here. He gets some. Pips, the roamer, the last member alive on G2, and Arc lost in space is going right onto him. A good gauntlet buys the time he needs, though. No ace coming through for the Rebel Tigers, but they do finally win a fight.
Rebel Tigers, as you rightly said, get the fight that they need underneath the turret, and it was simply a matter of overextension coming out from G2K2 right there. They just underestimated the damage that Arc Lost had available to him, but it doesn't actually look like the fight's over yet.
It's about to be, though. Arc lost in space. He's got damage for days. Finds the kill onto Pips. They're going to get the gold mine as well. Not sure how much of a payout that was. 160 gold. So not bad. You know, with the Kraken spawning in a second, they will hopefully get, you know, maybe 8 as well on top of that. Majestic engaging onto Lore, though. Lore this time knows he is dead. Just recalling. There's no way out of that one.
I'm donezo, boys. I'm going to take a nap while you guys wait for the Kraken to spawn. But have a look at some of these extra items, as well as the infusions that have been picked up. But hang on, we may not get a chance to, because the Kraken is actually being picked up by G2K2, and there is no response from the side of Rebel Tigers. Green Hornet even went back to base.
I'm kind of surprised by that, to be honest. I actually think that Hornet, for a start, didn't need to go back to base. And secondly, Arc Lost in space, had Hornet been there, could have 2 versus 2'd there with the Kraken damage hitting onto G2. Surprising that they just conceded that. But, you know, things are the way they are. They have done that. There's a big advantage now on G2, and they're looking to make a large push into the base of Rebel Tigers.
They certainly are. This is going to be massive, but how will they do it is the big question for me. They don't have a huge amount of poke in their composition. Well, they're actually just going to go for the dive.
There's the gauntlet. That is pretty big, but Redix is going to go down immediately. Oh no, the reflex block. Arc lost in space. He jumps forward. The Yummy Catnip Frenzy comes out, but Green Hornet's keeping him safe for now. The Quibble stun. Majestic, he can't pull out the kill. Arc lost in space. He chases in with a Sonic Zoom, and that is an ace going in the way of Rebel Tigers. Maybe last game G2 couldn't make the comeback, but Tigers want to do it this time around and show them how it's done.
Is this deja vu? Because I feel like we've seen this somewhere before, AJ. I don't know, maybe just me, but something like this I think has happened before a couple of times. Because this is what we were talking about. One good fight from a late game scaling competition is all you need. You just have a look at that. The comeback potential is absolutely massive. The bigger the gold deficit, the easier it is to come back.
It's in 1k now. The gold difference is now within 1k. It was like 6k earlier.
What, didn't we have a 9k gold difference at the start of the game? Or was that the game before? I'm thinking of the game before. Yeah, that was my mistake. My apologies. But the bigger the gold gap, then the easier it is to close it down, simply due to that comeback mechanic. And it just shows that Arc Lost, he had 3 items before that fight even kicked off, and Pips just went for an immediate engagement. Speaking of immediate engagement,
Majestic is trying to jump onto the front line, but he's been outscaled at this point. He just doesn't have damage. Forced a cord onto Redix. Everyone is in the midst of this fight. Arc lost in space. He's got to be careful. He goes down. Majestic, he wants to get Green Hornet. It's the only chance to stop this comeback. He finds it. 1 member left alive for both teams. That fight could have gone either way, though.
What a clutch fight between the two teams. I was not expecting it to be that close, given how much damage Arcloss was actually doing. You saw his positioning, but it was actually Redix that came out on top in terms of the 1 versus 1. You saw them dueling on the backside, but the fact that Redix was able to trade his life for Arcloss was really the deciding factor in that fight, because then it came down to Green Hornet up against Majestic, and given the itemization that Green Hornet has, there was no way he was going to be able to deal with this tanky Majestic on this Koshka. So very well played. Great use of the Crucibles to mitigate a lot of the crowd control in that fight, combined with the use of the Gauntlet and the Fountain of Renewals, both teams fighting at maximum potential to ensure their victory in this game. Such a close fight.
It really was, but what's going to happen in the next fight? Because that's going to be the critical one. I feel we're about to see it 3-on-3. Someone stepped out of the bush and gave away their position. Oh no! Verse of Judgment goes down. It stuns 2. Massive damage out of Rebel Tigers. The Yummy Catnip Frenzy. It buys some time. Redix, he can't get the kill in time though, and Green Hornet might be able to secure it. The ace goes the way of Rebel Tigers. This game is so back and forth, Vedius.
So even though Pips gets the engagement that they want, he doesn't actually stun anyone up in the Gauntlet. So yeah, they're all trapped inside, but that's not a bad thing for Tigers, because remember, they're running a Finn and an Adagio. What's better for them than you grouping up so they can land all their crowd control abilities? That is exactly what they do. Arcloss is just dashing around the fight, getting all the damage down that he needs to, and it's simply so one-sided due to the amount of presence that Arcloss is providing in these engagements. The sustain that Green Hornet is providing him, combined with the Eve of Harvest. He's now picked up a Shadowglass. He doesn't care about defense. He's just about damage, damage, damage. You can see how much Rebel Tigers are putting their efforts or putting their eggs into the basket that is Arcloss, and he is delivering right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's really panning out for them so far. I have to admit, with the Kraken spawning, though, this is going to be another big swing fight, potentially. Lure, he's moving up, going to spot out Redix. Can he find some good crowd control? Redix is going to use a reflex block, but the Forced Accord hasn't come out yet. He's forced so far away from the fight. Hellfire Brew splashes across all 3, but they're all super low. Is this going to be the fight to end the game? Arc lost. He finds 1. With Redix trying to get out of here, Pips giving him that Vanguard. They're buying time, which is probably the best thing they can do, because they need Majestic to be alive to eventually defend Redix. He's gonna recall Pips. He manages to jump over the wall with the Gauntlet and maybe get out of here. He's actually just running into the enemy jungle, looking for the recall. He finds it. That was absolutely the definition of the best of a bad situation for the side of G2. However, the Kraken is being taken.
And they're going to take this very, very quickly with the damage that Arcloss has. But backtracking to what happened in that fight, Redix got forced out instantly. There was nothing he could do due to the amount of damage and the amount of focus that came down to him right from the get-go. And with him gone, you're relying on Majestic, who at this point has pretty much been outscaled to provide all the damage, and it just isn't there. So it's an easy fight win for Rebel Tigers, but because they know that there's still 2 members alive, they're a little bit paranoid to go for the Kraken, but then they realize, oh, hang on, both members have to back. They're not going to get there in time. We're going to have the DPS to take the Kraken. They pick that one up, and now they're looking to set up a siege and try and crack the base of G2K2.
Can they do it, though? We've seen this push many times before go terribly wrong. Majestic, he gets sniped right off the bat. The turret is going to fall. Redix, super low, blocking some crowd control, but it's not enough. Pips, he's going to go down. Arc lost in space, zooming all over the place and picking himself up the ace. This is going to be Game 2 and the series going the way of Rebel Tigers. We'll see you in the semifinals.
What a fantastic performance from Rebel Tigers. 2-0 over the revamped roster of G2K2. The way that they played those late game fights was phenomenal, and it was all off the back of Pips going for a too aggressive play once they had the Kraken. They give that one team fight up. The comeback and the shutdown gold that they get was absolutely massive. They pick up so many items, they have so much more damage, and then the late game comes into its own. 11-3-6 on Arcloss. All of the emphasis was put onto him to carry, and he delivered. Fantastic stuff from him. Really excited to see how he plays in the semifinals.
All right, well, Rome, talk us through that a little bit more, because it was on the brink of G2 coming back. Could they have actually pushed for the win with the early lead that they had? Break it down for us.
It was actually very hard, but like looking at how G2 played that game, they had a very strong early aggressive composition, and they were pushing out really well. They were getting those advantages in kills, they were getting advantages in gold and objective. But what you have to see about how Rebel Tiger played out this composition, they ran a heavy roamer, a mad support, and they banked it all onto Arc Lost in Space, who played an absurdly insane Vox this match. You can see like with this Vox, he pretty much went for a total like glass cannon build, getting that shatter glass, broken mid, Eve, alternating current, and with addition to the broken mid stacks that you do get from like the Adagio's buff, and then you have his heal on, you have Finn who's always in that front line, making sure that nobody's getting like past, no vanguards are jumping past them. And he played that out so well. Even though they suffered a lot of losses in the early game, especially coming out of Finn and Adagio, they were able to farm decently. They were able to get that items. So the whole win condition for their team this game was how long can they last? Especially when being behind so early, they needed at least 15 to 18 minutes to get back into the game. And that's exactly where we saw them start turning it around with the constant aces, back-to-back aces. Making those plays, and eventually Redix just fell off the board. Like even though he had a breaking point on in his inventory this game, he wasn't able to maneuver around and try and snipe out this Fox, and that's exactly how Rebel Tiger won this. They executed this composition out really well, and it's something that we do have to look forward to in the future. A lot of top teams are opting out for running these Adagio flex pick comps where they can play him and use his entire kit to focus on one hyper carry, and pretty much their strategy is for one person to delete the entire other team. So best of luck to this Rebel Tiger team moving on to the next round.
Yeah, great match. Thanks a lot, Rome. Congratulations here for Rebel going into the semi-finals. We're gonna take a look later on onto the semi-final bracket for next week, Saturday. Don't miss that. You don't want to miss that, and I'm sure that those matches will just get even better. Great match here, and let's go immediately into the next match. It is Snow Avalanche versus G2 Kinguin. So another G2 Kinguin team facing here Snow, and they are again seed number 1 versus seed number 2. As already said, all final matches here of each bracket, seed number 1 versus seed number 2, so everyone can reach the finals. Potentially, this is our last matchup of the quarterfinals tonight from Europe, and we are just super hyped to see what is going on here. Snow Avalanche, we're going to talk a little bit about their roster and as well as G2 Kinguin. But first, actually, we have the bans up. We have a Kestrel ban, we have a Sky ban. Nothing too spectacular, I would say, just by looking at the heroes and their past performance in the previous round. So I think the bans here are pretty fine. Would you agree to that, Rom?
Looking at the Kestrel ban, it's like we've seen a lot of this going on before, and people are obviously trying to build compositions around where they need an easier time to get to this early game phase. And the trouble is, how many people, like, how much do you put value onto Kestrel against your comp? And that's pretty much how everybody should look at it. They shouldn't look at Kestrel as, oh, she's too overwhelming, she's too overpowered, and she makes that big of a difference. Because we've seen time and time again, Kestrel's getting knocked out, and with her being able to fall down so fast, like the end game is pretty hard to win unless you snowball very early. And with this, they banned Sky next, right? With this Sky ban,
Exactly.
I actually agree with this Sky ban because we've seen how well Sky has been doing in every single match, especially yesterday. I think it was like 100% win ratio, and Sky awards high skill cap players, and we're getting back to the top 8 teams in all of Europe. Every single roster has a top player that can play Sky, so opting out to ban Sky is really good on their part.
All right, looking at the first draft here, Snow Avalanche is going to opening that one, and their first pick is going to be Arden, followed by G2 Kinguin. Let's see what they are going to pick into the Arden. I think it's happens very often, as we can see that the first ban and pick is going to be then Arden, and they are building the roster around him. Vox and Cool once again here. G2 Kinguin. What do you think, Rome?
With Vox and Cruel being on the pick for G2 Kinguin is, I'm assuming their last pick now is only left is either Catherine but I would preferably if they had chosen Finn, because I feel this comp works out a lot better. They just have to, even with Vox and Cruel, they have to play very passive in the early game. Knowing how the other team has an Arden, they're going to choose somebody that is pretty strong, but can also scale out really well. They need somebody like Blackfeather, especially against this Cruel, into that late game where you do have an early balance in the jungle where even though you can't invade onto the Cruel that much, you're able to run into lane and use those pokes to make like your lane push over and help out your laner in the laning phase. Getting that slow on helps for a lot of ganks. So I'm expecting a Blackfeather to come out of this. But who else can they put up in the lane? I'm not too sure. They have a lot of options. They have Adagio, they have Ringo. To counter out against this Vox, you need somebody that's able to apply that early game pressure, and it helps them without getting from that early to late to the early to mid game phase where, because we know how strong Vox is in the end, and we know how strong Cruel is. You can't let them get that far.
Alright, and here we do see Adagio and Blackfeather coming into the team from Snow, and G2 Kinguin is going to round it up with a Catherine. So we do have Arden, Adagio, Blackfeather for Snow, the seed number 1, and Catherine, Vox, and Cool. Any last thoughts before we jump into the match, Rome?
Yeah, looking at the compositions out of Team Snow, they have the option of either putting Adagio in the lane or in the jungle, but preferably here, against a Cruel in the jungle, Adagio should be in this lane. Blackfeather will have a decent time in the jungle. He won't have it too easy, but it also won't be hard at all on him. And he has the kit to be able to kite out a Cruel. Rather than if Adagio goes into the jungle, he'll have that easy way of farming, but once this Cruel latches onto him, even with that slow, his the stacks that build up, I don't think he can get out of this. Catherine, this game is going to make a big difference for them because the enemy team is based on building around this Blackfeather and making sure this Blackfeather can carry into the late game. She has to be able to land her stuns when Rose Defense has been used or on cooldown, and landing out those silences on the enemy team is going to count for a lot. As long as she's able to use that reflex block for Adagio's Verse of Judgment, I think they'll come out with the win.
Alright, thanks for the thoughts. The teams are locking in, and we are on the fold after just one quick trailer, together with Action Jackson and Vedius.
Shatter the Vein, a podcast about vainglory.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. This is our final quarterfinals game for the evening, for the European side at least, of the Vainglory League Winter Qualifiers. My name's Action Jackson. Joining me is Vedius. We're watching Snow Avalanche playing up against the other G2 team, G2K1. It's going to be a great one. Can Avalanche join their sister team moving forward to the semifinals? Will G2 manage to represent their organization in that round now that their other team has lost? Vedius, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think that considering we're at the quarterfinals, we're nearing the end of that gives me a fantastic opportunity to tell people that they can sign up for the next season if they want to. If they think they can compete at the level of these teams, if they want to represent Europe and play with their friends and demonstrate their prowess on the Fold, they can also sign up themselves. So make sure you check out the Twitch chat, because there's going to be links, there's going to be things available, and there's going to be a ton of action happening in the next season. So definitely make sure you check that out and get involved with the rest of the VGL guys.
Yeah, plus, I mean, the tracking your stats even on the Fame Glory app. So if you want to be Fame Glorious, I sure want to be Fame Glorious. You should also check that out. It's very cool.
Yeah, so now that we've going to be moving back into the game, and I want to highlight what Rowan was saying. A lot of the pressure is going to be on Araxi. Now, you and I haven't quite had the honor of casting these games yet. These teams yet, so I'm looking forward to seeing how things play out. I'm looking forward to seeing the tendencies and how well Araxi deals with the pressure of really being the primary carry for the side of Snow Avalanche. So I think there's a lot to keep an eye on, as Snow Avalanche are the aggressors in the early game.
I think Vanguard stole away that camp. You can see Snow are doing a great job of just running through them right now, stopping that Kroll from scaling up as much as possible. Dark Potato so close to going down. That was ridiculous. He is very lucky. He is a lucky zombie.
Yeah, he was a definitely beaten potato. I understand where he got the name Dark from, but he was able to survive off of that, so he's going to brush the dirt off and come back as a freshly clean potato as the game progresses. But Dingo, for some reason, decided to go into the enemy jungle.
Is this going to be another cream thing where I'm going to be like, boiled potato?
Of course it is. We're going to take as many
potato.
advantages as possible to make memes and puns out of his name, Dark Potato. What a great name, though, Dark Potato.
I prefer sweet potato, personally. I mean,
I do actually really like sweet potato. It's really, really good.
Man, my mom made sweet potato fries like a few days ago. They were darn good.
Wait, as in, you mean chips?
I mean fries. I'm American. I mean, I live but I'm
sorry. We don't have fries where I'm from. But anyway, I'm glad you enjoyed those, and I'm glad that you now have the opportunity to follow that up with some glorious vainglory. As now we're going to be jumping back into the game. We've moved past talking about fries, and now we do actually see quite a significant gold advantage being built in the favor of Snow Avalanche, and that's off the back of stealing away these back camps, because stealing those away, I would argue, actually has a bigger impact than getting early game kills. Getting the gold, as well as denying that golden experience from your opponents, I feel is very, very advantageous and can give you a lot of control over the map, as well as a nice early game lead.
I absolutely agree with you, and they're on it. You know, they are constantly moving back there to try and find more. Araxi, as a result, is going to get ganked up in the top lane. Wow, that's a lot of damage. Smite easily picks it up for Dark Potato. Very well played by him. You can see HF guy coming in here. Needs to be careful about just running into two enemies by himself. He must have known that they were there. Here comes Bash. They're going to try and turn this one around. They do have some decent damage. The stacks actually just fell off of HF guy, so the smite is not going to be there. They find themselves a turnaround kill. Dark Potato, he's in a bit of a tough spot. He finally gets the smite down. Massive damage out of him. You've got to respect Kroll in these extended engagements. It was time to leave a while ago.
Yeah, I could just see there being like, that's 3 left, that's 2 left, that's 1 left. Okay, now he's got full stat, and there it is. There's the smite, there's the gobble gobble, and the Dark Potato feels his dark desires, and he picks himself up his second kill of the game, and what a performance from them. It was a little bit strange for HF guy to be that overextended. I say overextended, it was actually Dark Potato and Dingo that were the aggressive ones. They wanted to try and steal away some of the camps. They catch HF guy out of position and they go for that fight. But the fact that Snow Avalanche were able to trade 1-for-1 overall is not that bad. It really shows the kite potential that Adagio combined with the Arden has. And if they can kite around this Kroll, that could be a great opportunity for them to come out ahead in these next 2 fights. We saw how great kiting around Kroll is in previous exchanges in the past, as Dingo takes a lot of damage.
Yeah, he is going to fall right off the bat. Dark Potato looks for the smite, doesn't quite have enough stacks to make it happen. Here comes the Verse of Judgment. Doesn't get the stun on the Dark Potato, though. And all this time, Taisuke-san is just doing damage on the back line. On point, doesn't land, doesn't give the shield. And as a result, Araxi does not get away. That ends up being a 1-for-1 trade between the two teams.
Once again, but HF guy's looking for another kill.
He does want to try and pick up some more. I'm not sure he can get there. There's the speed up from Vanguard. He finds the last auto attack. Beautiful job by him. And right off the back of that, more camps being stolen away. I really like the way Avalanche is playing this, trying to get things rolling with a big gold lead.
So they're able to get themselves 2 for 1 in that exchange, as well as a decent gold payout from the gold mine. So what looked like a bit of a bad fight ended up being awful for the side of G2 Kinguin because of Dark Potato deciding to take that very strange path through the jungle, and then HF Guy with the support of Bash is able to secure themselves a second kill. So a lot of momentum now in the favor of Snow Avalanche, and I've got to be honest, these Snow organization teams are really surprising me. They've really been putting on a strong showing. Earlier, the second seed Snow Tsunami were able to defeat Rebirth of Empire. Sorry, spoiler alert if you have not been updated, but Snow Avalanche...
It doesn't work if you say it out. It's like, you know, no offense, but
either way, Snow Avalanche still seed 1 in the Ringo bracket, and you can really see why they are doing, why they've earned that spot so far in this early game. But again, 2 very late game scaling compositions. I sound like a bit of a broken record, but that does seem to be the trend, seem to be the meta that European teams love to play for, going towards that late game and really looking for those late game fights.
Dingo.
As another fight kicks off onto Dingo, but he's just going to dash out of that one.
Yeah, he's all right. It looks like the camps are going to continue to be stolen away, though, and that is a big deal. We've talked about the massive amounts of gold that you can accumulate by doing that, and certainly you can see it reflected in the values at the top of your screen. 13.3k to the 12.4. That's about 1,000 gold lead, and only 160 maybe was from that gold mine. Most of that is from stealing things away.
Yeah, stealing it away is exactly a great way to build, as you've already said. But right now, everybody grouping up in the lane as Snow Avalanche trying to set up a siege, and the poke coming out from HF Guy is ridiculous. I personally really underestimate the damage that an Adagio can do, but when you pick up something like an alternating current, you end up with fights like this.
Hang on. Araxi, he's going to have to use that Rose offensive to get away. There's some good damage coming out. Gauntlet keeps Taisuki-san in here. That's going to be wait for it. Doesn't do enough to pick up Araxi, though. Looks like Snow Avalanche find themselves the first kill. Dark Potato, you can't go in 1 versus 3, buddy. He finds the smite, but it's not enough. Vanguard, oh, the turret shot! Why did Araxi go back in? That's the question on his teammates' lips, I'm sure. Overall, still a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Snow, though.
Yeah, that was a great initiation from Snow Avalanche. They get the initial poke down with HF Guy. He then uses his First of Judgment, followed by the Gauntlet to keep Taisuki-san in, and then they get themselves the first kill. Then Dark Potato goes for a re-engagement, thinking that he can come out ahead, maybe get himself a kill as Snow Avalanche are trying to retreat, but he ends up paying for it with his life. But by using that Rose offensive on Araxi, it actually puts him in range of the turret, and it gives away his life. So still 2-for-1, another advantage game for Snow Avalanche.
They're looking for a little bit more here. Bash doesn't have Gauntlet for another 50 seconds, though. That's one of the key components of them setting up a fight or an engagement. You need to keep them close for the Adagio to be able to land Verse of Judgment, for Blackfeather to be able to run around and do what he's looking to do. But they have got great poke coming out of Adagio. You can see it here. They're actually starting to pressure onto turrets already, which is a big deal this early into the game. Oh, Araxi, though, from Hell's Heart. He is going to be heartbroken after that one. Although, a great Vanguard is able to keep him back a little bit. Taisuki-san needs to be careful. Fountain of Renewal doing a great job of keeping G2 alive. I cannot believe Araxi did not go down.
Well, that just shows how much support he has with the 2 roamers that they're running in this. Remember what roamers all around Araxi, and I was saying in the early game how well he's going to handle that sort of pressure. He is being relied upon to be the carry of this game, and if he does not perform, then the team's going to lose, basically, because it's all revolved around him. He is all of their damage, and you just saw the amount of support that he has available to him right there. He's out of position, that's fine. His team is there to back him up. He has full faith that they're there to support him, and they're looking to set up a siege onto this turret.
Here we go, though, with the wait for it coming out of Taisuke-san. They are able to force back the push. That was engaging upon the turret in the lane. The gold payout was pretty substantial right there, though, and this aggression in lane is really disabling the side of G2 from being able to contest that objective. Bash doesn't have Gauntlet available. Burned it just a second ago in that big fight. This is likely G2's opportunity to just take a chill pill and stop Avalanche from engaging too heavily again.
Yeah, right now they're just struggling. They're trying to get the wave cleared down. They're doing whatever they can to mitigate this push coming out from Snow Avalanche, and they're doing a decent job, but things are getting difficult for them as they actually look for another fight.
They are looking for something here. Dark Potato has from Hell's Heart just about manages to get out of that Verse of Judgment. But nothing ventured, nothing gained. It was an effort and a good attempt on the side of G2. They just weren't able to actually get onto the targets they needed to. At the moment, Avalanche maintaining their advantage, but not building much of a further advantage.
No, but they still have control over the game, and I think this is the biggest thing for their composition, because we've talked about how both teams scale very, very well. But the biggest difference is, if you look at G2, they have 2 major damage threats, whereas on the side of Snow Avalanche, they have 1. They're putting all their eggs on the basket of Araxi, and they're relying on him to carry. And now that he's got that breaking point combined with the Serpent's Mask, he's going to be in a position to do that. So Snow Avalanche are very happy right now. The game has gone exactly how they want. They have the lead. Their composition is hitting its spikes, and this is where they're going to be looking to try and take some advantages for themselves. The question is, what objectives do they go for as Araxi gets caught out?
Yeah, that was a nice chain CC coming down onto him, but with Rose offensive, he's so difficult to actually kill. And also, on top of that, he's itemizing very defensively at the moment. Lots of life steal, lots of shield, lots of health. They couldn't burn through it.
You'd imagine, though, that with 3 members, they'd be able to do that, and it just demonstrates that G2 have yet to complete their major item spikes, and this is the difference. The compositions have hit spikes at different times, and it is very, very important right now for Snow Avalanche to take advantage of that, because it concerns me when you have both Krull and a Vox hitting those major spikes, because that is going to be a big deciding factor as the Gauntlet goes down.
It does get the stun onto Dingo. They're looking for a bit more with the last Verse stun too, but they can't go for the dive. It's a bit too risky. Taisuki-san took a bit of poke there, but Dark Potato is still very healthy. Does not have from Hell's Heart. That's not available for another 20 seconds. So if Avalanche have been timing the abilities, which wouldn't surprise me, they're a good team, they will know that they have an opportunity here to put a bit of pressure down. Only big ability available at the moment for G2 is Wait For It.
Yeah, but look at the amount of damage that they've taken underneath the turret. A lot of poke has come out from Snow Avalanche. They also used a minion candy on the minion wave to try and get a bit of extra damage down onto the turret. And I feel as though a lot of this game is just G2 sitting under their turret trying to wave clear. And this is perfect for Snow Avalanche. This is exactly where they want to be. They can just gradually get the poke down that they need and slowly close out this game. And that just perfectly facilitates their composition. All they need to do now is wait for the Kraken to spawn, keep this pressure up, maybe get a bit of poke down to force G2 pack, and then they can easily rotate round and secure themselves that Kraken and potentially crack onto the base of G2.
That they can. Right now, I think this is a smart move by the side of Avalanche. They're backing up because they knew that HF guy was shopping a little bit. It's worth touching on his build because we've seen a number of Adagios today, and they've all built radically different things. This game, we're seeing Frostburn alternating Current, which I think is a much more aggressive itemization than we've been seeing, at least in the recent games.
Yeah, it is a little bit strange. We do see the Frostburn. You can see from HF guy, he's very much around Araxi. He does have the alternating current, which means that he is going to be doing a lot of damage, but the Frostburn is going to be providing a lot of utility to help further protect Araxi, to help keep him alive. But the itemization coming out from Taisuki-san, very heavy around that damage. Second item, Shatterglass, really speaks that he wants to be getting as much damage down as possible as another initiation kicks off.
That was such a good block on from Hell's Heart. Dark Potato still wants more, though. He's jumping on the back line. Lots of stacks on HF guy, but the stun comes out from last verse. Is it going to be enough? He's managing to keep Araxi safe for now. Dark Potato is alive on the back line. No longer. He falls. Dingo is donezo, and that's going to be 2 kills for nothing in favor of Avalanche.
Snow Avalanche with the great fight right there, being able to peel back, preventing Taisuke-san from really getting involved in the fight. He put as much focus down onto Bash and Araxi as he could, but those aren't what you want to try and shut down Araxi, but because of the amount of support he had available, he just would not drop. They could then turn their attention down onto Dark Potato. There was so much peel available. They shut him down, coming out 2-0 in that fight, sets them up easily to take the Kraken, and now they're in a great position to siege onto the base of G2.
And we were talking earlier about good teams versus great teams. One little thing that I really loved about Avalanche's play there is leaving Blackfeather to kill a tower before going to take the Kraken. They knew they didn't need all 3 members. They knew that if they killed that turret, the Kraken would be able to push deeper when it eventually pushes. So they've actually gained a little bit more off the back of that by not putting everyone on top of that objective. The question for me is, are we going to see another one of these first base turret comebacks? Because, they happen frequently.
They definitely do happen frequently, but look at how quickly the turret is down. You can see G2 are just too scared to go for the engage. They realize the difference in strength, and they're just too hesitant. They're just going to concentrate on shutting down the Kraken, and this could be the game-ending fight.
Dingo tries to go in there, does get the silence down, but Avalanche just waited out. Araxi, he's on the backside, gonna be playing around with this gauntlet positioning. HF guy lands a massive Verse of Judgment. The reflex block timing was perfect right there. Dark Potato, the last man standing. Can he get a return kill? No. It's the ace coming in for Snow Avalanche. They're gonna take game 1.
Massively well played final team fight from Snow Avalanche. The Crucible combined with the Fountain of Renewal combined with the Reflex block means that HF Guy is free to get off a full channel of Verse of Judgment. The 2-man Sun sets up perfectly for Araxi to get the end kills, clean up the fight and secure themselves the victory. Very well played from Snow Avalanche. This game all the way through was heavily in their momentum, and I felt like G2 were just on wave clear duty. They just sat under their turret. All they could do was farm all game, and they very rarely found any opportunity to really make their way and gain any stead in the game. Very impressive stuff from Snow Avalanche, and I'm really looking forward to hearing Rome's breakdown.
So let's take a look at Snow Avalanche team first. Just for anyone that doesn't know, this is the former Blackhawk team that did compete in the Europe Live Championships, and they did extremely well there. They knocked out a couple of great opponents, only falling short to the top 3 teams. But look at the composition that they did this game, and we talked about the previous game. We do see a lot of the flex coming out of the dodge, being able to use that.
All right, I think. Hold on. I have to interrupt you here. I think connection is not that stable here, so wasn't able 100% to understand everything while we actually go over this item build a bit here and take a look at this. So I will take it away for a second while Rome is going to figure out from his end. And I found it like awesome Araxi's block from the ages where he blocked Dark Potato's ultimate. That was just awesome. I was sitting here and I was like, how did he see that coming and how did he block that? Definitely have to watch the replay here, and I have to agree as well to Vedius here. Totally underestimating Adagio personally from my end, but on the other hand side, we see that the damage output, it was just very good, and together with the Bastion here, double roam basically, Araxi was able to stack up the breaking point. And we're gonna throw it back to Rome. Is everything fine?
I hope so. Can you hear me properly now?
That sounds good, so please go ahead.
Yeah, but just to follow up on what you just said about how this Adagio was being played as a flex pick, and they pretty much did what previous teams have done early on today. They banked every single thing on this Blackfeather, and he did so well. His CS was over the roof. He always kept up at least about 10 CS per minute, and his item builds going into this, he built an Aegis and a Shatterglass, which was able to help him sustain against, especially when he's trying to kite against this Kroll. What they're going to have to do going to this next game for G2 Kingwin is they're probably going to have to try and ban out this Adagio first pick, and even though I think they did play really well, especially coming on this Fox and this out of the Cruel, perhaps on Dingo, he might be opting out for something that's more beneficial towards his team. Like I said earlier, if they had gotten a Finn, it would have helped out their kit so much more. But instead, with this Catherine, you only have a short amount of time to engage, whereas your entire team in terms of Cruel, his Breaking Point, and on Vox's Broken Myth, they do need time to ramp up, and that's something that they should consider going to this next match here.
All right. Thanks a lot for your analysis, Rome. And we are going back into the ban and draft screen. This time G2 Kinguin here, their first team, seed number 2, playing against Snow. And they have the right to ban first and to pick first. Very excited for what they are going for. And do we have any update on that already, Don John?
We do have the G2 starting off the draft, banning out the Black Feather, and Snow is banning Kestrel.
So what we saw last game was how much they banked onto this Black Feather, but even though Black Feather might be a great hero, I think it still opens up so more for the Snow team. Like, they can run anything from Vox, Sky, and even like another Cruel, playing what the other team played last match. So it has to depend on how they're going to build up their compositions this game for G2 if they want to tie up the series and go to the third round.
And what G2 is doing, they are securing the most picked roamer of all. It is Arden. And then we have Snow calling a Sky and a Vox. So we will see a Sky. Finally.
So with Snow here, and we do see a lot of this on the European teams where they do opt out for the double crystal carry builds. And because their Sky is so strong in the early game, I do favor out their comp regardless of what G2 picks this match. I can already see ahead of time that this Sky is going to be running Rampage in the jungle. And it gives time for Vox to be able to build up, especially trying to aim for that Broken Myth. Knowing that they're going to be running this certain type of composition, they're going to be going heavy on the shield, making sure that they're able to sustain through the early levels. But evidently, like, they can only use up so many slots in terms of defensive items that it's going to cost them if they don't opt out for more damage dealing items that can burst down this Sky later on in the match.
Okay, very interesting insights there. We are not yet sure what G2 is answering here. Obviously, it is an important match because they need to win this. It is coming out, and it is a Scarf and a Glaive, which completes together with Arden as in classic comp.
With the G2 comp this match, having Scarf, Glaive, and Arden, they're going to have to play very smart. And pretty much these guys are going to be banking on this Scarf to be doing mass amounts of damage. So in terms of item builds now, it's going to be wise for Scarf to be building like a glass cannon. But a key item for him here would be to grab some cooldown reduction, because you're dealing with two range carries on the other team that are very mobile. If he's missing up these skill shots, he's going to get punished for it, and that's exactly when Snow's going to start diving. So with him playing the Scarf, he does have that Glaive to use the Afterburn for peeling. He does have that Arden for the Vanguard to help him out. But if he's not able to land these skill shots, it will cost him this series and this game.
Yeah, I believe that Glaive needs to be on point as well to catch that Sky. We saw yesterday how fast and how mobile Skies can be. So definitely a good point. So who would have guessed the last pick coming in? It's the roamer. It is Catherine to complete the full hero roster of Team Snow. It is Catherine, Vox, and Sky versus Glaive, Scarf, and Arden. Any final thoughts before we are jumping onto the Halcyon Fold?
I'm really loving the play style coming out of this Snow team, and they execute these different compositions really well. We have a lot of data and footage from them playing in previous qualifiers, playing in previous live events. So with their experience this game, I do think they're going to come out on top. Especially given their team composition, I expect it to be like a pretty early snowball.
Okay, we will see. As players are loading on to the folds, we are going to throw it over to our casters, Vedius and Action Jackson, in just a second. Thank you for the insights, Rome. We will hear more from you after the match.
Shatter the Vain, a podcast about vainglory.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this could be the last game in Europe for the quarterfinals. Every other set this evening has been a 2-0. It's going to be intense. G2, they want to buck the trend here. Avalanche, they want to keep rolling on down the hill and pick up this win. Can they do it? Vedius, let's get on to the fold.
Yep, we are going to be jumping onto the fold. Second game of this series. Game 1. The entire game was pretty much in Snow Avalanche's hands, and the question is, can they get the same sort of performance? You heard from Rome early on, a lot of the emphasis is going to be on Taisuke-san and how we expect him to be going towards this glass cannon build and relying on quite a lot of the peel to come from Dark Potato and Dingo. So we're going to have to be keeping an eye on how he decides to build. But something that we didn't actually bring attention to was the severe lack of reflex blocks that were actually in the game for G2 in the last game. So hopefully they change things up and they actually go for slightly better itemization in the second game.
Yeah, I do feel like that is going to be critical for them. I mean, last game, they were getting into bad fights all the time. Whoa, Sky already finding one onto Dingo here. This is something I wanted to touch on. Sky has not been played as much as I expected her to today, partially due to bans, but also partially because it hasn't been prioritized that much. Yesterday, we saw some crazy Sky games. I'm looking forward to seeing HF Guy on this hero. It has the potential to be very game-changing.
I imagine, though, we're going to be jumping... Oh, no, never mind. It just taking a little bit of a nap, taking a bit of a breather, and we are all Gucci in terms of the connection. So, but yeah, as you rightly said, a lot of... I'm excited to see this Sky pick as well. We haven't seen it very much. Well, this is the first game in the quarterfinals that we've actually seen the Sky, and I do agree with you that a lot of bans have been targeted towards the hero, given how popular and strong it is in Europe, and right now they're going for a fight.
Oh, look at the Dark Potato move. Dingo, he's going to be chased down. Oh, man. Dingo, he's going to be chased down here onto the turret. HF Guy might go for a dive here. Look at the stun, keeping him in range of the forward barrage. Araxi without energy to keep that one going, though. I'm wondering if Dark Potato is a disconnected potato. We're going to throw it back to the guys in Germany.
Yeah, I can definitely hear your feelings for G2 Action Jackson. Unfortunately, Dark Potato, it at least describes or explains why he was not reacting there to the forward barrage. So maybe he has a disconnect. We are investigating with the team manager from G2 Parallel while I'm talking, and yeah. So let's wait a bit. Of course, it's a little bit unfortunate if this happens at the beginning of a match, but as the VGL rules say, each player is responsible for his or her own internet connection, and unfortunately, this cannot be restarted. So let's see. Hopefully, he is back and fine in a minute. In the meantime, of course, we're just 2.5 minutes into the game. Nothing big happened. My question actually to Rome would be, what do you think in general? Like, maybe it's also a question which interests the viewers, because there is always a lot of discussion about Glaive. Like, some say, you know, Glaive, oh my god, and Glaive late game is nothing, and it's only early and mid good for ganks and stuff like that. But we have seen the exception yesterday, actually, where the Glaive won, where the team with Glaive did win. So, but in general, where would you put Glaive in the 1.13 meta?
Glaive is like a very strong utility, especially item. Using that afterburn and helping out the laning phase is like detrimental to helping out your team scale out towards the mid game. But you also have to take into consideration that even though he's like a very easy hero to learn, knowing how to scale with them, knowing how to build them, actually benefits you in the long run. Because, we do see a lot on Koldomik from North America region, and how he plays his Glaive is you can build them out to burst out very squishy heroes, like opting out for item builds like Tension Bow early game. It gives you a very strong advantage, especially considering how much base health that you do have. And you have to look at it like this. You have a very tanky bruiser here, with an exception that he can peel. He has AoE damage. So how can you scale him out into the late game? And this is exactly where items like Breaking Point come into play, Shiver Steel comes into play. You can opt out and you can actually battle out very passive compositions, like involving Cruel, involving Blackfeather. As long as you time your afterburns correctly, you can build him any way you want, and he actually scales into a late game very well.
Alright, thank you. We are going to unpause, and hopefully Dark Potato will move, and he does, back to Action Jackson and his feelings for G2 Kinguin.
Alright, this potato's rolling again. We're good. Let's hop back into this game, Vedius. That was obviously not good for the side of G2. But the saving grace is that he's back now, and maybe they will be okay.
Maybe. They could it's one kill. In the early game, we've talked a lot in the past about how one kill doesn't really matter. It's the back camps that have a bigger problem for losing them. So the fact that HF Guy was able to steal some of those away will hurt them more than the fact that Dark Potato ended up losing his life. But speaking of Dark Potato, he's actually taking quite a lot of poke right now.
Wow, that is a lot of damage from the forward barrage. He just turned into a mashed potato for sure. You can see a lot of pressure coming out from Snow Avalanche. All right, serious mode, Vedius. Serious. This is an
You're not allowed
game.
to laugh at your own puns. You're not allowed. Yeah,
I can't help it. I'm just that funny. I'm just that funny.
All right. Well, hopefully on the next one that you come up with, you can keep a straight face. That'll be the true test. But in any case, that is going to be another kill going over the HF Guy, demonstrating the true strength that a Sky actually has, and the ridiculous damage that a forward barrage can do. So going towards that Crystal Power build, likely going to go for a very early Frostburn. It's just a great early game right now for Snow Avalanche.
It really is, and I think that first kill might set them off to snowball here, potentially.
It could very well do.
I kept a straight face. You didn't give me any credit.
Well, sorry. I was sitting there thinking, where's he going with Snowball? I'm really confused. I'm like, oh, wait.
Get me a new co-caster. Come on.
All right, so clearly I have to work on my puns as well. But
I think you just have to work on actually listening to the things that I'm saying.
No, I'm super confused. I was like, Snowball? Where's he going with this? I don't get it. What was he trying to refer to? Oh wait, the team's called Snow Avalanche. Right, okay. Well, they're gonna snow themselves a gold mine. How was that?
No.
No.
All right,
well,
but seriously, I was not kidding earlier when I said we got to start taking this more seriously, because this could be the last game, and
this
right now
we're
seeing an advantage building up for the team who are 1-0 up right now. That is a big deal. And right now, Taisuke-san, we said a lot's going to ride on him. He does get caught out a little bit. Look at the forward barrage damage coming in from HF Guy. That said, with everyone grouping up here, they do take a decent amount of damage from that ignited goop.
That was really good positioning from Taisuke-san. I felt like with the goop positioning and the fireball that ended up coming out from him, I thought that they could turn that fight around, but they decided to disengage. They decided to play it safe. They want to wait a little bit longer, want to wait for Taisuke-san before he gets those big items. And we talked about his build. He's decided to go for an early Frostburn, but hang on a second, Dark Potato.
Oh, he is not in a good spot. That was not the farm you were looking for.
He didn't even get the back camps either. Araxi was able to pick them up as well as pick himself up a kill, but they're going to get themselves a turret.
I mean, a trade turret for a kill is probably worth it, but they might... Okay, no, they're not going to lose 2. We're all good. Dingo, he's not going to be able to get out of here, right? Araxi has this.
It is
right?
very unlikely, but Araxi is out of energy, and his boots
He's getting it back, though.
Yeah, he is getting it back.
Okay.
That's going to be a kill.
He's got it. He's got it.
So Araxi able to redeem the loss of turret with a kill for himself. Not that bad. 2-0-1 right now. Box. Exactly what you want. You can tell from his itemization, he's working towards that very early
Dark
alternating
Potato.
curve. Not that surprising. Bash going for the play.
Not quite going to have the forward barrage there to finish him off. Afterburn used very smartly to get him away here. But with Taisuki-san going back and good wave clear coming out of the side of Avalanche, they might be able to put some pressure onto the enemy turret here.
They may very well be able to. Dingo doing his best to defend, though. They are putting a lot of hurt down onto this. The rest of G2 are not in a position yet they have just rejoined the fight.
There's a gloop going down onto Araxi. Bash doesn't have the minion wave backing him up to allow him to turn onto this one. You can see lots of low health bars on the side of Avalanche. They are hopefully going to be able to back away here, though. Dingo trying to move in, find Araxi, can't quite do it. Meanwhile, Dark Potato actually just farming the jungle.
Yeah, nothing too much. Unfortunately, they were not able to pick up turret, so map control still in favor of G2 right now. They're even holding gold lead, but we do see some big items starting to be picked up for both sides right now. There's the alternating current for Araxi. HF Guy picked himself up the Frostburn, and you can see this double crystal power composition that Rome was talking about coming out for Snow Avalanche. I'm very much expecting a triple Fountain of Renewal to come out from the side of G2. It provides so much shield, it provides so much sustain that I feel you need to go for when you're running against this double crystal power composition, as they do stun up Dingo.
Yeah, but this time HF Guy wasn't quite close enough, neither was Araxi. We're seeing HF Guy go for the Frostburn first, which is definitely something worth noting. He's not going to have crazy damage to begin with, but it is going to make it very difficult for members of G2 to get onto Araxi and to get away if an initiation happens from Avalanche, which we are seeing just now. They're beginning to move forward. The gauntlet goes out. HF Guy, he's going to jump inside of it. The Dragon's Breath, though, look at that damage. Dark Potato with a great afterburn. He wants to make sure those potatoes are nice and fried. Suki-san, he falls. Araxi goes down off the back of that. Not a great fight for Avalanche, even though they were the ones that picked it.
So G2 finally able to come out ahead in an exchange, but Bash, he could very... Yeah, you can see he dropped the minion candy on top of the gold miner. He wanted to get him involved in the engagement, but G2 did not bite for the bait. And right now, Bash is going to go for this 1 versus 2.
I mean, he's actually doing an admirable job in it. He might be able to find 1 kill here. He's got to play for these cooldowns. Uses the silence. Now he doesn't have a ton of energy, though. That might have been the worst thing he could have spent that energy on. He's got to try and get away. Taisuki-san finds the return kill. Bash over-aggressing way too much there.
So a very drawn-out engagement between the two teams, but it was overall G2 that come out ahead in terms of the kills, but Snow come out ahead in terms of the global map pressure. They're able to get themselves the immense gold payout. That 300 gold is still keeping them very relevant in the game, but very well played fight from G2. Their positioning, their target focus was on point, using that afterburn to reposition HF Guy and shut him down from the fight very early on was excellent and exactly what they needed to do. And you can see Taisuki-san finally coming into his own. He is the carry that they need him to be, and he's doing a great job so far.
I have to admit, the last few minutes have been excellent for G2. They actually have a slight gold lead now. There's a stun onto Dingo, though. Look at this. HF Guy jumping forward. Doesn't have enough damage to take down anyone, though. And with Dark Potato here, they've got to be careful about overextending. It would be nice if they could get this turret. I don't think they can, though.
They're going to have to back away from this one. The wave clear and the poke from Taisuki-san is just a little bit too strong for them to risk overstaying. And then you have also the risk of the gauntlet and the repositioning from the afterburn, which means that overcommitting and overpositioning could end up being a downfall, as Bash actually goes for a very aggressive play.
He does play very far up there, and maybe if I think HF Guy had been there too, that could have been good, but he just ended up getting chunked out, not really accomplishing too much. We need HF Guy to get more damage. This is the big thing I'm noticing here. The side of Avalanche just haven't been able to kill anyone yet. Obviously, later on, when Araxi has 2 big items, that might change, but at the moment, they just can't find the kills.
No, these fights have not been going in their favor, but a large part of it, I feel... Oh, hang on, Golem goes down!
Dingo trying to make something happen here. HF Guy is able to back away. Dragon's Breath comes out. He's going to get sped up by Vanguard, put some damage onto Bash. It's not quite enough. Araxi, no energy to keep Sonic zooming around the fight. He is going to have to play it a little bit cautiously, back up. You can see Snow Avalanche. They're going to be happy with taking that turret and just leaving it with that.
So Taisuki-san decided to go for a very early Eve of Harvest. Now, you and I have seen this more and more recently, and we've discussed about how it could very well be due to the poke. They've realized that how important they are and how drawn out the fights are, so they want to have a little bit more sustain in terms of the engagements. But in this, I just feel he realizes how important he is going to be in these next few fights, and he wants to be surviving as long as possible, and he feels that these fights are going to be very drawn out. So by going for that additional sustain, he's going to be much more relevant in the fight, and if he gets chunked out, he can still provide assistance from the backlines and then vamp up to then be able to re-engage the fight. So I quite like the itemization from Taisuki-san. The question is, how well will he be able to make it work as Snow Avalanche look for another engage?
They are going to put some damage down onto Dingo right now, but it's not a substantial amount. They just don't have the items behind them yet. Araxi jumps forward, puts a little bit of poke onto Taisuki-san, but look at how much damage he takes. He takes about half of his health. That's not a very good trade, and I think Avalanche know that. They know that they need to be careful here. Dark Potato, level 11, is nearby, might be looking for that counter-engage.
They burn a lot of ultimates to try and set that play up, but weren't able to get anything off the back of it. A Vanguarded Taisuki-san is very difficult to lock down with that speed boost that he does get, but Snow Avalanche are not done yet. They want to go for another fight.
Look at the gloop, though. I mean, it totally slows down the advance of Avalanche. Bash wasn't able to find anything too easily. We're starting to see some more damage come out of HF. He has, I believe, picked up a big crystal bit, so he's going to be doing a lot of damage off the back of that secured. Can they actually put some pressure onto this turret, though? It feels like they're unable to make much progress here. They have controlled the gold mine for a very long time, though, and that is accruing them a slight lead here. Araxi, he's caught out. Afterburn gets reflex blocked. Now we've got the Dragon's Breath, but Taisuki is only really getting it onto Bash. Everyone else is too far away. Look at the energy bars. This is the critical thing you have to realize. Very low energy on multiple members for Avalanche. That said, if Dingo and Dark Potato go too far ahead of their carry, that was really overextension from G2. Taisuki-san couldn't put down any damage.
Precisely that. There was so much overextension coming out from Dark Potato and Dingo. Given how the fight was going so well for them, they feel like, yeah, guys, we can commit to this. We can keep extending, and we can clean up this fight, especially with the minion miner that's on our side doing a bit of extra damage. But they were too far away from Taisuki-san because he was a little bit preoccupied with Araxi. He felt like, oh, Araxi's still here on the backline. Maybe I should focus him. But then Araxi quickly changes his target's focus. He uses his A ability to reposition, and then he joins the rest of his team to shut down Dark Potato and secure themselves another kill. Great stuff coming out from Snow Avalanche, really positioning around that fight excellently.
Alright, so I believe that HF Guy is pretty close to his broken myth now. Once he picks that up, that's a big power spike for Avalanche. That is the point at which I feel like they're going to have a good chance to maybe fight over a Kraken, which is going to spawn in 5 seconds. That's going to be the next big objective that these teams look to defend or aggress upon. Will that be enough, though, given the fact that G2 are actually holding their own relatively well in these fights? They just need to not overextend.
It's a really tough one to say because Snow Avalanche just seem to be so good at deciding what fights they can go for. And speaking of...
Dingo. He stayed way too far up there, takes a lot of damage. You can see HF Guy wants to keep up the pressure, but doesn't land the second forward barrage. He's going to have to back up now. He must have enough money for Broken Myth. Its recipe cost is not that expensive, so maybe he just needs one more minion or something, but they need to pick that up and then I think force a fight around Crack and get some good vision. That's the play that I would like to see them make to secure this win.
The thing that concerns me is this tension mode that's been picked up for Dark Potato. We're already at 15 minutes. Fight's kicking off.
Dark Potato is going to be the one engaged upon right off the bat, but the Dragon's Breath does a good job of zoning for now. Look at this, the Gauntlet comes down, but again, Taisuki-san is actually too far back to lay down consistent damage. He's missing a lot of Spitfires. Really bad news for the side of G2. At this point, it's a bit difficult to turn around and go for Kraken, though, because you know that poke could be there and could ruin your day.
Well,
just backing.
they realize that they have full control. They have the numbers advantage. If he even slightly tries to come down and contest this Kraken, Snow Avalanche are just going to turn onto him and they're going to pick up an extra kill. So Taisuki-san decided, nope, I'm not going to risk it, I'm just going to back off. But it is exactly as you specified. It is all about that positioning from Taisuki-san. He was missing so many Spitfires, and he just wasn't getting the damage down that he really needed to get down. He hasn't gone for a hyper full glass cannon type of build. I would expect something like the Shadags very early on. He's now picked up his Broken Myth, which he didn't have in that last exchange. But I feel as though that's just a little bit too late. He needed to be the big carry in this fight, and he has not turned up. And right now, Snow Avalanche are looking to siege onto the base of G2.
They're not encountering much resistance just yet. Finding that first turret, lots of poke going down onto Dark Potato as well. He just had to afterburn out of the fight. That is a big cooldown used. Lots of damage down onto him. HF Guy dives into the enemy base right now, but Taisuki-san has got a decent chunk of damage here. There's the silence out of Catherine. Araxi and HF Guy are able to find the kill. And with the Kraken still bashing away on that turret, this is a big opportunity for Avalanche. They're trying to end this series 2-0 and keep with the theme of the night. Can they do it? Dark Potato wants to turn it around. They find one with the Gauntlet. Afterburn, crits coming out onto Araxi. They've overstayed. Vedius! It's the EU curse!
It is the EU curse happening all over again. But don't respect the infusion pickup from Dark Potato, the fact that he is at full health alongside Ringo, and that it is so easy for them to set up that engagement. Big misplay coming out from Snow Avalanche. They should have just disengaged. They did a great job of disengaging in the last game, but they do not respect their opponents, and now the gold gap has suddenly gone a lot smaller. There is still a big advantage in favor of Snow Avalanche, and they still have the superior late game composition, but right now the momentum has ever so slightly swung in the favor of G2, so I don't want to count them out just yet, because remember that this is the last team representing the G2 organization, and to not have a G2 team make it to the semi-finals, that would be quite a surprising turn of events. They did not have the best performance in the last European Live Championships, and not performing in this winter qualifier makes you question these G2 lineups.
I have to agree with you. Right now, though, Avalanche, they're trying to be the aggressors and continue pressuring onto G2. Even with the Kraken not spawned, even after taking a fight loss, they want to just go for it. Just continue the momentum that they have. And I can get behind that because they are very strong right now. As soon as this next Kraken spawns, though, it's going to be a very key moment because it's the only opportunity that G2 have to really solidly come back of their own volition rather than a mistake of Avalanche.
Yeah, that's certainly true. It would be nice to come back off your own volition rather than a mistake because it can demonstrate the strength of your team. But right now, I feel the only way for G2 is for them to really solidly get a foothold in the game is for Snow Avalanche to make that massive mistake. And speaking of mistakes, Dark Potato's out of position.
He does take a lot of damage there. Dingo gets turned upon. A nice silence stops Taisuki-san from getting the poke as they try and engage. That's going to set up for this kill onto Dark Potato. Dingo, he's got to run out of his own gauntlet there. Look at Bash, very low health, nearly going down to that turret. This is a tough push to make. I mean, even with over 30 seconds on Dark Potato, Bash is very low. You've got a lot of poke that can come out of Taisuki. But look at this, Araxi. He's actually diving onto the enemy base platform to do damage. He's trying to really pressure them. The problem is, if you're diving onto the base, you're not getting damage onto the towers, kind of negating the effectiveness of the push that you're trying to make anyway. So it didn't really pan out, but it's bought some time. It's gotten a little bit more gold for Avalanche. Now the Kraken spawned. That is, I expect, their ticket to winning this series.
It certainly is. I don't think they're going to go for it right now, though. What? Never mind. They are just going to go right now. They're going to pick that one up, then they're going to buy themselves whatever items they have. They are sitting on a fair amount of gold. I don't know if they have enough for any major items yet, but Dingo wants to try and steal this away.
Oh, that was actually very close, but he doesn't find it. That might have been the last nail in the coffin for G2. Death from above doesn't land the stun, but HF Guy isn't done. He's sticking on top of him, putting down the damage. He finds the kill. Dark Potato and Taisuki-san need to be careful here. They are getting some good poke back onto HF Guy, but is it going to be enough? Taisuki-san finally landing these Spitfires in the final moments, potentially, of his team.
Remember that Taisuki-san still has a lot of wave clear, so as long as they can stall out Snow Avalanche and they can just prevent them from getting on top of the turrets, and they may be able to take down the Kraken. 20 seconds still left on Dingo, but Dark Potato takes a lot of damage.
He took every single charge of Forward Barrage to the face. That's going to be the final kill going on to him. Taisuki-san trying to get back to safety. He needs energy if he's going to do anything, but I think it's unlikely he can do anything. This looks to be the 4th consecutive 2-0 victory in the quarterfinals. We're going to see 2 Snow teams in the semis.
What a great performance from the Snow Avalanche team. In Game 1, they had full control from the get-go, and they did not let it go even slightly. And then in Game 2, we saw it once again. They had a stronger early game composition with the Sky, and while it didn't have the same sort of dominance that we've seen from other Skies in Europe, it was still very impactful, and it facilitated a strong early game that allowed them to progress into a great mid and late game that they took massive advantage of. I'm a little bit confused with the build path decided by Dark Potato. I don't think the Tension Bow was a great itemization. Dark Potato really didn't have a fantastic series. He couldn't really get involved, but that is how these things go. Sometimes you're not the best, you don't have the greatest games when it comes down to match day, but still, G2, they're going to be knocked out of the tournament, and Snow Avalanche, congratulations to them, moving on to the semifinals.
All right, well, it's been a crazy day of games here in the EU side of things, but there's more to come over in NA. Before we get to that, Rome, for the last time for EU, please break down that game for us.
Yeah, overall, excellent games played by all the teams that won today. And we have to notice, like, a couple of things going into this is, there were a couple item builds that obviously I think could have been opted out for better gameplay, especially coming out of G2 Kingwin this last game, where we did base a lot out of the Scarf and landing, even though he was able to finish a lot of items like Broken Myth, his Eve, and that Frostburn, he wasn't able to land those skill shots, and this is very heavy, especially when the opponent team has a Vox, has a Sky, and has that Catherine to be able to stand in the front, suck up all the skill shots. They had to make sure that landing these things is very critical, especially if they're going to opt out and choose a mage. Following up into the next round of matches, we're going to be seeing a lot of mobility compositions, and that is what every single team has to take into consideration. There's a lot of great counters that we haven't seen today. A good one would actually be going CP Taka is very good, and just being able to grab those heroes that are able to burst down a squishy mobile hero. And this is something that if teams aren't working for, if they're gonna stay around their comfort picks, it's gonna eventually cost them in the next round. So a good example of this is teams like Media Pixel is really great at this. The Snow Tsunami team is excellent at this. Even Snow Avalanche, they have a great aspect in terms of how they view the draft picks and their best compositions based around being able to counter the other team's picks. But yeah, let's throw it to the guys in Germany. They'll round it up for the rest of Europe.
Before we are rounding it up, or as we are rounding it up for Europe, we're going to jump over and look at those matches which are getting played. The semifinals next Saturday.
Exactly. So we do see here Media Pixel, team number 1, facing Snow Avalanche. They are going to face each other on the next Saturday. So you don't want to miss this. 2 first seeds facing each other here. Both teams with a great performance today. And Snow is sending in another team here into the semifinals. Snow Tsunami facing Rebel Tiger. So that is possible, having Snow versus Snow in the finals. And we will definitely have, no matter what is going to come, we will see the seed number 1 versus seed number 2. And then, of course, the third place match in the bottom, which we will show Saturday before the finals. The finals are actually
Sundays.
on Sunday.
Yes.
That is right. So semi-finals first, and then the finals and third place match on Sunday.
Yay. That is what is planned. Any thoughts so far? Would you have guessed, Rome, that the Snow teams, as a united team, like both of them, are getting that far into the semifinals?
Yeah, coming into this tournament in the beginning, I do have a lot of high praise for these Snow teams. Especially, we also saw how well they were doing during the Europe Championships. Even when the Snow Avalanche team was called Blackhawk, they did extremely well. The Snow team back then was actually one of the favorites to win the tournament outright, as well as Media Pixel. So clearly, the favorites are actually coming into this very strong. One of the two creepers that are coming in would be Rebel Tiger, and their excellent performance today. I expect them to actually come to the next the match next week with a plan prepared in place, and hopefully they get through the round and put their name into the major top dogs in this tournament scene.
All right. Thanks a lot. And we are going to round up Europe. Back to us here to the studio in Germany. And thanks a lot, Action Jackson Videos, for casting. And Tasty Bacon and Four-Core Jester will continue to cast the North American semifinals. So there are great matchups to come.
Yeah, nothing to add from my side. We will basically jump into Alliance versus Vertigo Black, let's say in a minute. As soon we ran 2 little clips, have our newcasters for North America with us, and then we will start right away with analyzing the matchup, having Rome talk a bit about the matchup between Alliance and Vertigo Black.
Yeah.
And then we are good to go. We're sitting in the lobby, drafts have been done, so everything is waiting on us. So give us a minute and we will be back.
I see a lot of stuff in the chat going on over NA and EU. So which region is better? If you are an NA fan, type in EU. If you are an EU fan, type in NA. So let's see what's coming out in the chat, and
I have
see you
no clue.
in a bit.